Welcome back to the BookFest Spring 2026. We are turning our attention over to the business and craft side of storytelling with an incredible lineup of brands, organizations, and publishing professionals who are offering insights and advice, guidance. I'm Desiree Duffy, founder of the BookFest. And whether you're a seasoned author, an emerging writer, or in the middle of your publishing journey, there is something for you in today's sessions. Highlights include presentations from Beth Freely, Cameron Sutter, Denise Mullinex, Lisa Diane Kastner is with us, as well as Amy Wolf, Dr. Tania L. Davis, and Becky Parker Geist. We also have panel discussions on media and authors, as well as writing spooky nonfiction, and the all important book marketing in 2026. We're also going to be featuring the video montage highlighting the first place winners in the BookFest Awards for this season. That's happening at the end of the day. And something special we're doing too. We're going to post the full first through third place winners on YouTube and mark it as remixable so that people can sample it if needed. That is going to be uploaded along with the other recordings of the BookFest panels and conversations and segments, which are always put on the Books That Make You YouTube channel. Be sure you like, subscribe, leave some comments. That all helps the community to grow. Now, if you would like to see the full lineup and the schedule details, please visit the programming page on the BookFest website. While you're there, you can also visit the speaker pages and the books pages. Do a little bit of book browsing. Heck, summer is coming up. You need those beach and travel books. Now, don't you? Please also check out the virtual booths. They belong to the corporate bellwethers and the brands that we support and collaborate with, and in turn help support the writing community. They include Abundantly Social, Amplify Audiobooks, Author Nation and Reader Nation, Black Chateau Enterprises, Book Award Pro, bookinfluencers.com, Books That Make You, Creative Edge Publicity, Geek Girl Publishing, House of the Vixen Blade Press, Invoke, Kawaii Writers Conference, LostCon, Plotter, Pro Book Launch, Relatable Voice Magazine, as well as Unite Against Book Bans, and the Writers and Publishers Network, as well as WriterCon. Thank you so much to our individual bellwethers for your support and helping to judge the BookFest Awards and all of your insights that make the BookFest possible. Also, a very special thanks goes out to the team behind the scenes: Kim, Dave, Jay, Shirley, Brian, Bree. All of your hard work helps make this event possible, and it is appreciated. Now, if you haven't already signed up to be a bookfester, that way you can receive the virtual gift bag. You can still do that. You'll get updates and special offers as a special book fester. And also the giveaway winners are going to be announced in the virtual gift bag. And there is still time to enter. Do that as well on the BookFest website. If you'd like to network today, join the chat. We're in there talking about the topics that are up on screen, answering questions, sharing information. The team is posting links and pertinent information, and it really helps keep the atmosphere fun and festive and informative as well. One of the most important parts of being a writer is finding your tribe, and we aim to make that possible. Now, my friends, let us begin. First up is the keynote from Carla A. Harris. Get ready to lead to win as we head into day 2 of the BookFest Spring 2026.
Hi, I'm Carla Harris, and I'm the author of Expect to Win, Strategize to Win, and Lead to Win. And I'm so delighted to spend a few minutes with you to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart, especially in the environment that we're in now. What does it take to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader in today's environment? I had the aha moment in the fourth quarter of 2018 that we were in a very different environment than the one that I had built my career in. You see, I started my career as an investment banker in the late 80s, and the leadership backdrop was the my way or the highway type leadership style. I'm sure you all know the joke. Your boss says jump, your answer is how high. Yet, we are in a different environment today. Millennials and Zers are the dominant population in the workforce, and they demand very different things as table stakes than those of us who are boomers or older Xers. They demand as table stakes transparency, inclusivity, and feedback. So the question is, how do you comport yourself in today's environment to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader? That's at the heart of my latest book, Lead to Win, which is in chapter 6. And I will tell you, since I released that book a couple of years ago, the leadership landscape has changed even further. And I would argue even more over the last year as artificial intelligence has now invaded almost every aspect of our lives. And frankly, I believe we ain't seen nothing yet. So it still is the case, though, that nobody can do it alone. You're going to need somebody else's intellect, somebody else's experience, and access to somebody else's network in order to successfully prosecute any endeavor. Whether you are an individual author, whether you are the CEO of a major organization, or whether you're somebody who's actually working in healthcare, in academic physics, you name it. So, how do you need to comport yourself if you want to be that powerful leader? And I would argue that it all starts with this: what is your value proposition as a leader? Every single one of us needs to be asking ourselves right now, why should somebody follow us? It's not just about the title, it's not just about the seniority, it's not just about how much money you are perceived or that you're really making. Somebody has to have a reason to follow you. Post COVID, everybody needs a why in order to do anything. So, why should they follow you? I believe that if you want to be seen in your marketplace as a powerful, impactful, influential leader, you must be intentional. And you must be intentional around 8 pearls, as I like to call them. It doesn't just happen because you have seniority, it doesn't just happen because you have a title. It happens because you show up with the intentionality to lead. I believe you ought to lead around 8 pearls. The first one is authenticity. The easiest way to integrate or to penetrate any relationship above, horizontal, or below you is that you show up authentically. When you show up authentically, people trust you. Trust is at the heart of any successful relationship. I would also argue that most people struggle with bringing their authentic self into any environment because many people, A, don't know who they really are, B, they don't embrace the fact that we're all multifaceted. There's not just one you. There's an intellectual you, an inquisitive you, an argumentative you. And most people don't understand that others are not comfortable in their own skin. So when you show up as somebody who is comfortable and confident in your skin, again, that will attract people towards you. They absolutely want some of that. It's critical that you show up authentically because then you motivate and inspire those who are working with you, not for you, but with you, to bring their authentic selves into that environment. And anytime any of us is in an environment where we can be who we really are, we always will outperform. That will now accrue to your status in the leadership seat. The second pearl, if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, is building trust. If you haven't already figured it out, trust is going to be at a premium in today's environment. Why? Because we all have so much information coming at us that most of us don't know who or what to trust. So if you position yourself in your marketplace, in your ecosystem, as that entity, not individual, as that entity that can be trusted, you will get greater than your fair share, no matter what you are prosecuting. you will get greater than your fair share because people feel that you can trust you. Ah, but the question is, how do you create trust? Well, the way that you create trust is that you simply deliver over and over and over again. I've learned after almost 40 years as a customer gal that people will always tell you what they value. They'll always tell you what they value. So you need only deliver on that value proposition once they have defined that which they value. You deliver on that proposition and people will trust you. You don't believe me? Think about people in your personal life that you trust right now. Maybe you're thinking about the people that are taking care of your kids. Maybe you're thinking about the folks that are looking after your parents. Maybe you're thinking about that one person that you let get near your hair with a pair of shears. Why do you trust them? They have delivered over and over and over again. So, whenever I'm trying to engage with someone, especially as a leader, I take the time to have the conversation so that I can understand what they value. Do they value the money? Do they value the title? Do they value the public attaboy or attagirl? What is it that they value that will motivate and inspire them to deliver beyond that which they thought that they could do? The third pearl is creating clarity. In this environment where artificial intelligence has created an environment around all of us where it is not so much about the answer, but rather about the question. What's the prompt? That's where the value lies in the engagement around information. It's going to be important more than ever that as a leader, you create clarity. While many people may be afraid of artificial intelligence and how it's going to disrupt their industry, how it's going to change their job, will it displace them? It's going to be even more important that as a leader, you make sure that people know that you see them, that you value their try, that you have a reward system that is aligned with the unique contribution that they are bringing internally. Yes, leaders, that means it's going to take a lot more work and engagement on your part. Gone are the days of the white ivory tower experience. It's going to be important that you are engaging with your people so that it's easier for you to articulate what is the value proposition of their contribution in the environment. And as a leader, you are uniquely qualified to define that. The fourth pearl is going to be around creating other leaders. One of the most important legacies that you will have as a leader, it's not outsized revenue growth, it's not outsized profitability or cost containment. It's going to be about the team that you leave behind. You must be disproportionately focused on creating other leaders, which means you must give those things that allowed you to cut your leadership teeth. You must give them intentionally to other people in your organization so that they can cut their leadership teeth. Why? That is how you amplify your impact in the organization. If all roads lead back to you, then by definition, you're going to cap your success or the organization's success because you're one woman, you're one man. So the game is to make sure that you are intentionally creating other leaders within your organization. Selfishly, you want to think about yourself as a kingmaker, a queen maker. You should be able to look out over your organization and say, he's mine, she's mine. And that is how you expand your footprint and your success. The fifth pearl is around diversity. We all know that talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. You want to be seen as a leader in the marketplace that wants the very best talent on his or her team, no matter what it looks like. And if people are clear that you are looking for the very best, then you will put yourself in the oncoming traffic of the outstanding talent that exists in the marketplace. And you want to be intentional about making sure that you are creating a culture to attract and retain that very best talent. The next pearl, if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, is around innovation. Innovation is the dominant competitive parameter across all industries. I can't think of one where it is not. And if you're sitting in the leadership seat today, it is your job to teach your teams how to innovate. How do you teach people how to innovate? You better teach them how to fail. Because if people are deathly afraid of failing, they never reach far enough to truly innovate. How do you teach people how to fail? You celebrate the failures. When somebody on your team dares to take a risk and it doesn't work out, oh, you must be authentic and say that that was a huge mistake. But you must also say, we now need to give Daniel a hand. Because he took the risk, we now have the following three pieces of information that we can now invest in the next try, getting that much closer to success. It is important that you create an environment where people know that you value the try. When your teams know that you value the try, they will try, fail, iterate, try, fail, iterate, try, fail, iterate, innovate. The seventh pearl, if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, is inclusivity. How do you show up as an inclusive leader in your environment? You simply solicit other people's voices. You want to create an environment so when your team gets together, they know that you will be looking for their contribution. There is no free lunch. Everybody gets an opportunity to put their fingerprints on the blueprint. That is how you will create an environment where your teams want to give you their very best thinking. But if they believe that there's going to be a penalty for making a mistake, they just won't tell you. And that is now going to compromise your ability to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader. And it's also going to compromise your ability to have your team all in on any endeavor. Finally, if you want to be a powerful leader, you have to be willing to call a thing a thing. When you fail to call a thing a thing, now you undermine all of your efforts to show up authentically, but more importantly, you undermine the important trust that you have to have in order for your teams to follow you into unknown territory. And as leaders, we're all going into unknown territory. None of us have ever lived in this geopolitical environment. None of us have ever lived on the other side of a global pandemic. So, by definition, if you're leading in today's environment, you're going into unknown territory. In order for your teams to follow you into unknown territory, they have to trust you. Transparency is a critical ingredient to building trust, and being committed to calling a thing is important to that transparency. And you have to be committed no matter how bad the thing might be. And I would argue the worse the thing is, the more important it is that you give voice to it. And finally, as I close, while I have given you a quick primer on the pearls of intentional leadership, please know that the strand that holds these pearls together is courage. It's courage. It takes courage to call a thing a thing. We've all been in rooms when we knew something should have been said and we just looked down at our shoes. It takes courage to invite your teams to stand shoulder to shoulder with you so that you are an inclusive leader, getting their very best thinking and their fingerprints on the blueprint of whatever endeavor you want to prosecute. It takes courage to teach people how to fail, especially people who are deathly afraid of failing. It takes courage to be intentional around diversity. We're all vulnerable to unconscious bias when we're working in a fast paced, competitive, dynamic environment. We will all reach for the familiar. It takes courage to create clarity when you cannot see. It takes courage to create other leaders, especially if you are unsure of your own leadership trajectory. It takes courage to engage, to build, and to retain trust. And it takes courage to bring your authentic self into any environment, which is why so many people are challenged to do so. If you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, you must expect and strategize so you can lead to win. If you want to hear more of Carla's Pearls, go to Carla Ann Harris at YouTube. Subscribe, and we'll talk about a whole lot of things that might help you to maximize your success. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome to the BookFest. I'm author Beth A. Freely, one of the BookFest bellwethers, and I am here to talk to you today about balancing research and imagination when writing historical fiction. We all know that you can go down that rabbit hole. So sometimes, we have to rope in and know where to stop with the research and where to start with the imagination. So, when I began writing my novel, Love of a Samurai, I spent weeks researching Edo period Japan. This is the time of the Tokugawa shogunate, and my book takes place towards the end of it. I read about samurai code, village structures, how the villages were laid out, why they were laid out the way they were. Clothing, what's the difference between a kasode and a kimono, or a yukata and a kimono? What are hakama? What kind of shoes did they wear? I even looked into how lanterns were hung outside homes and other structures within the village at night. I wanted everything to be historically accurate. And in a day of politically correct everything where people will yell cultural appropriation, you need to make sure that if you are writing a historical fiction, especially one that does not take place in the country you live in, you need to make sure it is accurate. However, the moment your story truly comes alive, the moment my story came alive, wasn't during the research phase. It was when I wrote a scene, a quiet scene, where my character Mariko helps my lead Helena into a kimono and hakama for her first training session with my main male character Ujio. Other than making sure the clothing was right, there was nothing historically monumental about that moment. There was no battle, no political intrigue. But suddenly, the past stopped feeling like history and it started feeling like people. And that's when I realized something important about historical fiction. Research builds the worlds, but emotion is what makes your readers care about it. What is the magic of historical fiction? Let's start with that. Historical fiction is one of the most immersive genres a person can write. It allows the readers to step into another time and place, to take them out of their current reality and into something different. It gives them an experience that is almost firsthand if historical fiction is wrote correctly. But writing it well requires a delicate balance. Again, we have to honor historical accuracy while still crafting a compelling emotional story. Today, we're going to explore how research and imagination actually work together and why emotional truth is the element that ultimately makes historical fiction unforgettable to both you, the author, and to your readers. History books always tell us what happened. Historical fiction helps us feel what it was like to live through that. Readers may never experience medieval Europe or even Edo period Japan, but through story, they can feel the fears and hopes, ambitions, and relationships of the people who lived back then. That emotional immersion is what makes the genre so powerful. Emotional truth makes the past relatable. Emotional truth is your love, fear, hope, grief, ambition. Ambition twice if you don't, edit your own slides. It also refers to the authenticity of a character's emotional experience. We want to connect with our characters. We want our readers to connect with our characters. So we need to make sure they understand the character's emotional experience. Readers may not know the details of a historical error unless you, the author, puts those details in there. And that's where research is so important. But your readers do understand human emotions, unless they're a robot, and then we have a problem. Anyway, I digress. When characters respond authentically to their circumstances within your story, within whatever historical context your story takes place in and what is going on, then they will connect with them instantly. That emotional truth, that's what bridges centuries and makes your historical figures be a real historical figure, such as Tokugawa Ieyasu, or an imaginary historical figure, such as my character Takahashi Ujio, that emotional truth bridges those centuries and makes those characters feel like real people and not some distant artifact or some distant person you read about in a history book. So why does research matter? Other than making sure you get it right and making sure no one can come back and say, well, you blah, 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 blah. Research is always going to be the foundation of historical fiction. It builds credibility. It informs of the culture that you're writing in, whether it is Victorian England or Edo Japan or Revolutionary War United States. It tells your reader what the daily life was like. You can take bits and pieces of that and put it in your story to make your story more robust. It helps with the language, and it helps your reader understand what the social rules were at the time, which is very important because social rules through the centuries have changed dramatically. Without your research, your story is going to feel inaccurate and disconnected from reality. However, the research is not just about memorizing events and dates. We did enough of that in social studies class coming up through school. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is understanding how the people lived, what they ate, what they believed, what frightened them. The small details of daily life often create the most authentic worlds. And these are the things that we don't learn in school. These are the things that the rabbit hole that sometimes we authors go down make it worth that excursion. So when you're doing historical fiction and you start your research for it, always start with the big picture. Go deep from broad. You want to start with a broad overview of the historical period you're in. You want to understand what the political climate is. For example, in my book, The Legend of Captain St. Pierre, which takes place during the end of the golden age of piracy, there was a lot of political shifting between France, England, and Spain over the Caribbean. Understanding what that political climate was helps understand why the pirates were doing what they did. Know what the major events of the time are. For example, again, in my book, Love of a Samurai, which was coming towards the end of the shogunate, I had to understand and research what the Kenpo famine was, what the Ansai purge was. These are all cultural events and major events that you need to understand to write your novel and make it historically accurate. Once you have that framework, you can then dig into the smaller details that shape your story. What did samurai armor look like? How was samurai armor actually put on by the samurai? There is actually an order to how they put their armor on. And when I first wrote that scene, I wrote it backwards until I did a little more digging. What kind of clothing did they wear and what did it feel like? What materials were their clothing made of? What did the city smell like? Every city's going to smell different. In Victorian England, the city might have smelled a little grosser due to hygiene habits of the time or lack of hygiene habits. What superstitions did people believe? Did they believe in God? Did they believe in a multi-god pantheon? Did they believe just in the spirits? Did they worship Buddha? All of these little details help transform your research into the atmosphere of your fiction novel. Once you have that framework, then you need to look at your characters and beware of something called presentism when you're writing historical fiction. Presentism happens when modern values are projected onto historical characters. And yes, it's tempting to make your characters think the way you do, to think the way we do in today's society in 2026. Unfortunately, people in the past lived with very different social frameworks, and understanding their worldwide view allows the writer to portray history authentically while still creating that emotional truth, that empathy that the readers can connect with. Put yourself in the shoes of a samurai. History records events and fiction reveals the human moments, and this is where our imagination now comes into play. Historical records tell us what happened. They rarely tell us what it felt like. This is what we, as writers, do. We invent the conversations. We invent the private struggles and emotional journeys that history does not record. These imagined moments, put into the context of your research, of your historical accuracy, are what transforms those historical facts into fiction and a good story. Now, while research informs imagination and imagination brings research to life, the best historical fiction always sits at the intersection of that research and imagination. Your research gives your story credibility, while your imagination creates the narrative experience. Writers must select the historical details that serve the emotional arc of their characters rather than overwhelming the reader with information. If anyone has watched recently the FX and Hulu show Shogun, which was written by James Cavill, they will understand how he took historical pieces, and put it together to basically describe the path Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu, known on the TV show as Lord Yoshi Toranaga, took to become shogun. Now, while the story itself is based in history, the characters were all James Clavell's idea. That is how the imagination serves the emotional arc of his characters and imparts just enough historical relevance to make it interesting. You have 3 storytelling tools that can help make your historical fiction feel personal so your readers can relate. That's your character, the sensory detail of scent, sound, touch, and emotions, and your universal themes. Readers always connect with the characters and the people first, and they build stories around the characters with their desires, fears, and flaws. By using sensory detail to immerse your readers in the setting, by describing the sounds, the smells, textures, atmosphere of the time period, and highlighting universal themes such as love, loss, ambition, and survival, you will create a historical fiction that resonates across centuries to your reader. Facts build the world. Imagination animates it. Emotional truth makes it unforgettable. Historical fiction succeeds when it does more than just recreate the past. You want to allow your readers to experience it emotionally. You want them there in the moment. You want to know what Helena was feeling when Ujio went off to find the Ronin that killed her father. You want to know, was she scared? Was she angry? The reader wants to know that. When research, imagination, and emotional truth work together, history becomes alive and personal. And when readers feel that connection, they carry the story with them long after they've closed the book. They carry it to the point where they remember the book and they pick it back up and read it again. Historical fiction is not about recreating the past perfectly. It's about restoring the past's humanity. Research gives us the architecture. Imagination fills the room. But emotional truth, that's what lights the lanterns in the window. And when those lanterns are lit, the past is no longer distant. It's here with us right now, and it's alive. The next time you sit down to write history, don't just ask yourself, did this happen? Did this really happen? Ask yourself the questions that matter more as a storyteller. Did it feel real enough that someone, somewhere, might remember it? Thank you. I hope this helps you on your journey to creating wonderful historical fiction. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Hit me up on my website at bethannfreely.com. Talk to you soon, and enjoy the rest of the BookFest.
Hey everybody, my name is Cameron Sutter and I'm a writer like you. I created Plotter, which is a plotting software that helps you to visually craft your story. This video is for you if you're stuck trying to make your story idea work. I'm going to show you how to plot out your story in 15 minutes and get yourself unstuck using Plotter. Now it may take you longer than 15 minutes and you may need to pause the video at specific spots that I'm going to show you, but this is going to help you get unstuck very quickly, and I'm going to be using examples from popular stories that we all know and love, Hunger Games, Star Wars, and The Wizard of Oz. So with that, let's get started. Okay, I'm here in Plotter, and I'm going to create a new project from a template. We have a very specific template that I'm going to use. It is the 7-point plot structure. This was created by Dan Wells, and we're just going to call this Your Story. Not you story, your story. I'll make that nice and big for us to see. And this is a template with 7 beats. It's called the 7-point plot structure. So there's 7 of them here. And we are actually going to go in a very specific order. Our first job, before we worry about this template, is to start with a character. Character and what he or she wants. So if you don't have that, that's something you got to think about. So pause here and think about, what is your character? Who is your character? And what does he or she want? Okay, so here's my 3 examples. I've got Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. She is a young orphan girl in a colorless farm in Kansas, and she wants to discover what is over the rainbow. And I've kept that format very simple, just basically a 1-sentence description. So Katniss from Hunger Games, she is a teenage girl in an impoverished district in a dystopian society, and she wants to survive. And then Luke Skywalker from Star Wars, a young adult man in a desert farm on Tatooine, and wants to leave his mundane life for the excitement of the academy. Okay, now that you've got your character and what he or she wants, then we can go back to the timeline here and start looking at this template. So we're going to create a new line here. And I just created lines for each one of the examples that we're going to make. You can create a line that's called Your Story, or name it whatever your story is. Okay, now we're actually going to start with the end. We're going to take this last beat and start here. And each one of these templates here in Plotter has a great description for you, tells you a lot of information about that part of the template. And so the resolution here is the end. The antagonist is defeated or not after the final confrontation. This concludes the character arc of the protagonist. They've been transformed by what they have learned and experienced. So now you need to fill in, what is the end of your character arc? How is this character transformed by this story? And so pause here and think about that, and then fill in that beat for your character, for your story. Okay, and here are the examples of Star Wars, Hunger Games, and The Wizard of Oz. So at the end of the story, Luke Skywalker blows up the Death Star, saving the rebel base, and is honored as a hero of the rebellion. Hunger Games, Katniss wins the Hunger Games and returns home economically secure, only to find she can never really leave the games and return to normal life. And Dorothy wakes up from her trip to Oz and realizes home isn't as bad as she thought. Okay, next we're going to go to the beginning, going back and forth here, and we're going to look at this hook. So this is the beginning of your story. The hook is the opening scene and your opportunity to engage the reader and draw them into your story. It is the beginning of the protagonist's character arc and must show them in an opposite state from where they are at the end of the story. So pause here and take a moment to think about how do you see your character at the beginning? Okay, from our examples here, Star Wars, a young farmer on a remote desert planet dreams of glory far from his mundane life. He has no idea why his aunt and uncle are so protective. In Hunger Games, a resourceful teen struggles to care for her mother and sister in the poorest district of a dystopian America. And Wizard of Oz, a young, curious girl on a colorless Kansas farm yearns to discover what lies over the rainbow. Okay, now we're going to look at the midpoint. So the midpoint is a major event occurs which changes the protagonist and their perspective for the remainder of the story. The event must be dramatic enough to drive the protagonist to switch from reactive to active, reaction to action, and reinforce their need to stop the antagonist. The tension and intensity begin to ramp up. So this needs to take your character from reactive to active. So pause here, take a moment to think about this, and for your character, what causes them, what happens that makes them change from reactive to the beginning of the story to active and trying to overcome the antagonist. Okay, here's our examples. In Star Wars, driven by desire at first, Luke has little knowledge or skill. Luke is largely along for the ride. When Luke sees the enormous threat at the Death Star and learns Leia is imprisoned there, he asserts himself and decides to rescue the princess. And in Hunger Games, at first, Katniss's actions are coerced. After a child that reminds her of her sister dies, she begins to act to subvert the game makers. Katniss stops following the script laid out by the antagonists and starts to write her own story. And in The Wizard of Oz, finding herself in a land she doesn't understand, Dorothy follows the directions to follow the yellow brick road. But when she reaches the Emerald City, the wizard makes demands. She must defeat the witch. So all of those talk about how at first they're reactive and what causes them to be active. Okay, now we're going to go back to beat 2, which is plot turn 1, the inciting incident. Okay, this is the inciting incident and point of no return. In this section, the status quo is shaken up by something drastic, which forces the protagonist out of their comfortable life and into the adventure. The world is changed in such a way that the protagonist is compelled to willingly or reluctantly take up the challenge. So pause here, take a moment to think about your inciting incident. And our examples here, Leia's plea for help. While cleaning R2-D2, Luke discovers Leia's plea for help. He seeks Obi-Wan, as she mentions. What's at stake? The life of this unknown girl. In Hunger Games, it's when Katniss volunteers. So to save her sister, our hero volunteers to take her place in the contest. What's at stake? Her sister's life. And in The Wizard of Oz, a tornado transports Dorothy to Oz where she accidentally kills a witch. What's at stake? Getting home. Okay, next step, we're going to go to beat 6, which is plot turn 2. The second plot turn leads to the climax and must offer readers high stakes and high rewards for a satisfying payoff. Everything ties together and the protagonist receives or realizes they have all they need to defeat the antagonist and emerge victorious. The protagonist and the antagonist meet face to face for the final dramatic confrontation. The entire story has been leading to this point. It is important to have the protagonist in a position of strength, now confident in their abilities. And with a little bit of editing magic, we've got the examples here. So in Star Wars, as Luke flies his X-Wing towards the target on the Death Star, he hears Obi-Wan's voice and turns off the targeting computer, instead uses the Force and blows up the Death Star. In Hunger Games, Katniss defies the game makers and tries to outsmart them. She threatens to eat the poison berries and Peeta too, which would deny them the finale that they need. And in Wizard of Oz, Dorothy kills the witch with water and discovers the wizard's identity. She parlays this knowledge into a ride home. So pause here and take a moment to think about your plot turn 2, where your protagonist and antagonist have their final confrontation. Now we're going to go to beat 3, which is the pinch. And we're actually going to do pinch 1 and pinch 2 together because they mirror each other very well. So we're going to talk about pinch 1 and pinch 2. So pinch 1, the protagonist sets off on an adventure, leaving the comfort of their ordinary world behind, but they are not yet comfortable in their new role. While trying to adapt, the protagonist is put under pressure and must face challenges and an obstacle, such as the antagonist or other villains. The process of dealing with the obstacle solidifies the protagonist's dedication to the quest and stopping the antagonist. This pinch point continues to push the protagonist forward, leading to the resolution and their transformation. And pinch 2, the protagonist faces another major obstacle, bigger than the first, and everything seems to fall apart. It appears as though the protagonist will be defeated and lose everything. This could be the dark night of the soul, the worst moment of this character. So pinch 1 and pinch 2 add pressure to the character and to the story. And with a little bit of editing magic, here are examples. Okay, in Star Wars, we have Luke's aunt and uncle die, closing the door on his ordinary life and giving him a personal stake in the conflict. In Hunger Games, Katniss meets the other contestants and the game makers and begins to understand what she's up against. In The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy is given the ruby slippers, she gains a powerful enemy and must journey to the Emerald City with the witch in pursuit. And pinch 2 in Star Wars is when Obi-Wan dies and Luke's hope of becoming a Jedi are cut down. In Hunger Games, the game makers trick Katniss, announcing there will be one victor after all, and all seems lost. Either she must die or Peeta must. And in The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy is captured by the witch. All hope of returning home seems lost. Okay, so there you go. You have the tent poles of your story all organized and you can see them visually. This isn't your whole story, obviously, but is just the important moments that will hold up the rest of your story. So what do you do now? Now you add more scenes to the story, and I'm going to show you how to do that, and you fill in bit by bit, and you could go in the way that we did before. You could go back and forth where it's the end, the beginning, and you kind of go back and forth like that, or you can just go from the beginning to the end, but that's really up to you and your process and what you see about your story, or what you can imagine of it already. But let me show you how you do that. So you can go in here and add more spaces in between these beats, these tentpole events. You can just add as many as you want. You can go up to structure here and rename this to scene. So then all of these are called scenes. And then you can just add more here. So whatever you want to call this, and you just fill in more details. So you'll fill in your story bit by bit as it comes to you, as you understand it. You can discovery write them, or you can plan them out and write them after you already have a plan for it. But you've got a basic outline in 15 minutes. You probably paused it and it took a little bit longer than that, but hey, still this could take you an hour or less, and you've got the outline for your whole story visually planned here in Plotter. You can see it, you can see your character's arc and have a plan for your whole story. Hey, thanks for joining me, everybody. Hopefully you've got your story in 15 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. It probably didn't take you 15 minutes. You probably have to pause and stop and think about it. That's totally normal. But hey, in an hour or so, you can get a whole plot for your story worked out and see it visually, and that'll set you up to just really write a great story. And hopefully Plotter will be a big piece of that for you, and it'll just make your writing process so much easier and so much more visual. So thanks for joining me. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome everyone to the BookFest Spring 2026. I am your moderator for this wonderful panel that's all about media, and I have some amazing medias that are here to talk about their shows, and we're just going to dive into this media kind of conversation. So that's enough from me. Let's get them talking about their shows and how they got into it. So Carmel, tell us a little bit about you and your show.
Woo! It's me. Okay. So, well, I'm Carmel Lucas, and I am a podcaster host, as you know, and I'm a creative writer. And so I live in Orlando, Florida. It's nice and hot here right now. Woo, yes. My show is called Keeping It Real with Caramel. And the reason why I did this show is because everybody knows you say, okay, so I didn't have anything to do in 2021. And so I decided to do a podcast because, I wanted to talk to people, and so I was like, let me do a podcast and see who can I get talking, right? And so I just started doing podcasting, and I've been doing it for 4 years. And my people that I would love to talk to is just any entrepreneur that has a story that shows people that everybody is the same and everybody's human and everybody goes through different things, times in their lives, and how they became successful or what they're doing. So I love talking to people that has a story and can relate to other people, because I feel like when you talking to people that you have to relate to, you'll relate to someone that went through what you've been through. So I love talking to people like that. And I love just having fun, letting them have their hair down, tie loosen, and then let's talk. Let's have a general talk. We don't have to have like a interview conversation. It just can be more like, let's have a conversation. Like we're just best friends and we're going to talk, like, let's just talk, so that's what kind of people I like to talk to. So,
yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Casual conversations is 100% where it's at. So Trisha, tell us a little bit about your show and how it kind of came about.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks for having me. My show is Finding the Magic Book Podcast. It's in its 6th season. So I started in 2021. I am an author, and I was missing all my author people. I used to go to lots of the author events, obviously in 2020 and 2021. We didn't have that opportunity. That is my cat. Sorry. And he stars in the show every once in a while too. So now we have cursed by black cat syndrome, but we'll try to get over that really quickly. I started my podcast to talk to other authors and to bring information about those authors and their books to readers. So it is a reader-focused podcast. So when you listen, you're going to hear the author talk about their books, their characters, their worlds, anything from fantasy to romance to YA to adult. I just love talking to authors and finding out their backstory and how they come up with all their tales that they bring to the page.
Yeah, I love it. That to me, there's no greater conversation than talking with an author about how their whole story came about. I've heard some pretty fascinating conversations, and so we can dive into that. But I want Alan to tell us about his show and how he got into media.
Well, I didn't become rich and famous, and no. It's one of those things where I was actually producing other people's shows. This is a long time ago. I'm an older guy in this business. So I was doing this 15, 18, almost 20 years ago now. And I got to interview someone who refused to go on with the person that was doing the interview. This is at a radio station. So I did it, and then some station heard it and said, hey, when did you get into it? So what I did was I took the angle of I was making a podcast, but I started thinking, let's sell it to radio stations that want it. And the big advantage was NBC in LA picked me up, and everything else took off for there. So that's been 15 years. But I do have a different style. I'm sort of like Carmel and even Trisha a little bit, in the sense that I want to talk to the person and find out about the person. See, because when we do shows, I find the best thing to do is to promote the person, because what you're doing is the listener is listening, whether in their car or whether they're at home, whatever. And if they like that person, if they relate to that person, if they catch on, go, yeah, that's cool, or they laugh a few times, then they like the person. They tend to follow up with the person. Like I don't need to sell a book, so to speak. You know, it could be their latest book. This is what's going on. This is what's in it, and we get into it. But I love to get into to the person themselves and how they go about doing that, and also what it affects them. Like, because like when they do a book and when they do promotion, how does that change them? How do they come out of that differently? What makes it happen for them? So there's a lot of things that are personal, but you can still get into the book a little. Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of an all the way around. And so yeah, so that's the best thing I can say. It sounds like we're all kind of on the same boat there.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no, I love to hear it for sure. Cause I think I always tell anyone that I talk to or I meet that like the world would be so boring without authors because we wouldn't have movies, we wouldn't have creative outlets. And so I think letting like an author come on and just chatting with them and then sprinkling in their book is, you know, to me, the best form of conversation from a listener's standpoint, because then I feel like I'm in the room, you know, and then if they say something that's like provocative and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm in the room, you get all awkward because I'm just an awkward person. So I think that form of like, I don't know, conversational style, which it sounds like all of you guys do is the best way, which is why you guys have been so successful in it, right? So I'm going to ask a crazy question, at least in my mind, it's crazy. And I'm excited to hear all of you guys' answers. What was one of the craziest stories that you've heard that was like an inspiration for a book? Right? Like mine was, you know, the character's name came to them in a dream and it was a totally different name in the book, but it came to him in the dream and the character was like physically talking to them and was like yelling at this author, like, you named me the wrong name. And it all kind of evolved into it. So I would love to hear like one of your like crazy stories. You're just like, that's an interesting inspiration behind this amazing book. Right? So what comes to mind with that one?
Wow. I really have to think about that because you be talking to so many people with crazy things. Like, so you would have to pick, you said one of the most craziest. And so I have to really think about that one.
Yeah. Like the one that just like struck you the most.
I have one and I'm struggling to remember the author's name, which is embarrassing, but she reads tarot and she does this for other people as well as for herself. But what her experience was that when she started reading this, she started realizing that she had lived these past lives. And her book is about all of these past lives. So through connecting with the tarot cards, she learned this about herself. And then she was able to transform those memories, I guess, of past lives into these books. And she has like, I think 6 different stories or past lives that she's remembered so far. And so that, I think she's by far my most interesting person. I think a lot of authors have the dream story. That's kind of common, but this one was definitely something that I was like, oh, I haven't heard of anybody doing that.
Yeah, no, see that right there from a listener's standpoint, right? Because I listen to a lot of podcasts. I've listened to all of your guys' podcasts before. And that right there is where I'm just like, I want to go check out this book because you learn the backstory kind of behind that book.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what really sells the book. It's not necessarily the author, it's the backstory behind the idea or the fantasy world or the space opera that kind of like makes the book and like sells the book. So that's why I'm like interested to hear. Alan, I feel like you have to have some pretty wild stories.
I have some wild stories, but don't pick on me. No, nothing. Inspiration for stories comes from a lot of unusual places for people. And sometimes they don't always want to talk about it. Or sometimes, you know, I've had, I guess probably the most interesting or a couple of authors that have had stories that come from like the dream idea, or they get it at night and they get up and write it down. And then so as they get into the story and do it, then they meet people that fit the story that they've never met before. They even have the same name as they've come up with. So that's kind of the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Because I almost wonder if how much, this is me, of course. I think, well, maybe they just sort of in the back of their minds have met someone who didn't know they did. And then they kind of start putting a story together and all of a sudden they meet them when it's on their mind. So all of a sudden it's like, wow, I don't know that person, and they're in my story. I just throw that out there, but I think that's probably as interesting as I can get about that subject.
Yeah, no, I totally.
Without
I think
getting in
for
trouble.
me,
We don't want you to get in
I think
Don't
for
want to get in any
me
trouble.
that
Yeah.
right, Alan, you look like trouble.
I'm trouble. I'm trouble, but good trouble.
No, I think for me, I think that I have a lot of different people coming on my show.
Yeah.
And I think that for me is that I just recently interviewed this author, and Trevor Harrison. I just interviewed him, and he said that his books are actually like, it's an artist that his friend does like all his books, like do the art illustration for his books. And I think that's interesting because that's how he named his books, you know. And I don't know, it's just like he has, and she draws all his pictures for his books, and the way the pictures are is beautiful. And I don't know, that's inspirational to me. And so I don't know, it's just, I don't really know what to really say, but I just think that everybody has a story, so everybody is interesting in some type of way for me. I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys are these type of people, but I'm one, like when I'm listening to a show, because I just listen to a bunch of stuff. But when I listen, I'm never going to be a writer, right? Anyone that knows me knows I'm not a writer. I just market and party with authors. But I don't know. I come up with stories for people, like as I'm listening to the show, they're talking about it, and I'm like, oh, well, like we could have gone down this way, and then like you turned into this. I don't know. I feel like I'm immersed in it, I guess, which I think is why makes media so beautiful. Is that you feel like you're kind of in the same room as it, right? So how do you guys create that environment when you have a guest that comes on? How do you create that like comfortable environment?
Well, for me, you see, because I have a series of co-hosts. Each one of my co-hosts is quite good at one thing. Like they're really good writers in a certain field, and I've known them for years. So I have 5 that are regular, and so I use them as the I don't know, how do you call it, the straight man, so to speak. They're the serious more questions, and they will ask questions that are relatable because, okay, so you have a sci-fi writer asking sci-fi questions and to another writer, so it kind of makes sense. So listeners of that genre will actually kind of go, yeah, they get something they want. They get something out of it about sci-fi, for instance. I always throw in the jokes. I'm kind of like the goofball. So I try to make it really funny, and I act dumber than I really am. So, and I mean that in a sense that, so, because I want because I'll ask questions that someone that knows nothing about it, like we just did the lit RPG writers. Yeah. I didn't know what that was. So I ask it from that dumb point of view, and that it's not bad, but you know what I'm saying? I just ask it from that, hey, I'm an old guy. Tell me what is this? Like, what are you talking about? Even with Trisha and stuff, I've asked things like, because there's like this, that whole fantasy area, right? And I'm like, God, in my day, everything's sci-fi. What are you talking about? It's fantasy, spunk, or what is all those punk rock, all that stuff? I'm like, what is all this stuff? So I think I kind of make it lighthearted and kind of funny, but then they still get good questions from someone that's really in that genre. Because myself, I'm more into the true crime or actual crime genre. So if it's that kind of question, I can get into it. But so I kind of do it that way, and it's kind of good to. I think you want to make people laugh. If you can make them laugh, it makes them comfortable, if that makes sense. So a lot of times, you can go to their social media and you can scan it over and see what kind of things they like. They got dogs on their favorite dog, or they're playing with this cat, or they're doing whatever. So I take that and then I'll throw it in and say, oh, so what does your dog think about that? Right. They don't expect it. And so if they have things rehearsed in their mind of all the typical questions, it throws them. All of a sudden they're like, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's Herbie. Yeah, he likes, and they talk about the dog, but it throws them off that rehearsal plan thing, and you loosen them up, and then plus they get comfortable because they think about their dog. So I do little things like that. That's kind of what my job is in it, while the other ones are a little bit more firm. Where did this come from?
Yeah.
Type thing. So that's what I do.
I love it. No, I love it. That's what I do. So I'm just the person that's over here like, hey, let's have a good time. Yeah, okay. You like ease the tension, because there's always tension, I feel like, going into a conversation.
Yeah, because you don't want them to feel under pressure, right? I think
Yeah.
I think a lot of times people are stressed about it. They've written a book, they've done this, and they're uptight. Oh, I gotta do this show. Oh, they're pacing their room, thinking, "Oh, what do I say? Or I hope I don't sound stupid." Or they have all these questions people get in their mind, and so you got to take them off and kind of go, "Listen, relax. It's okay." And the best way to do it is to make them laugh. Bring something in and start getting them comfortable and realizing you're not out to get them. You're not out to make them look one way or the other. You just want to have a conversation, but they don't know you. So there's kind of a trust issue. So it's good to find out about them and kind of give them a little bit of comfort in that way. Plus, anytime you think about your dog, you're going to be happy.
I mean, yeah, that's true. My dog's in here with me, so it's a true. That's a true statement. Yes, Alan. Thank you.
Well, yeah. Well, it brings you down to earth. 'Cause a lot of times I do that, and I have 2 or 3 dogs because I have a rescue, and I have them in here sitting and it's just great. It just keeps me, because they're the most important thing in my life, kind of thing. So it kind of puts me on that level. So I'm not thinking about trying to be mean or questions that are really hard or anything. It relaxes me. So I think it's a good thing for your guests too.
Yeah, I think so for sure. Trisha, Caramel, what do you guys do?
Go ahead.
For me, I'm sorry, Patricia.
No, go ahead.
I'm goofy. So I'm goofy and I'm always doing things to make people laugh. I'm more spiritual than anything. So when it comes down to talking to my guests, I let them know, like, I'm not here to question you. I'm just here for a conversation. So we're going to act like we best friends forever. And we're going to talk like I haven't seen you in a long time. So we just have a conversation and they be relaxed and we just be goofy together. So we be on the show just laughing and having a good time. I mean, so that's what I do. I'm just like, I let them know in the beginning that I'm not here to question. We're just here to have a conversation and we just happen to have fun. And we're going to laugh and be goofy and say what you say, whatever you want to say. I say whatever I want to say. And then here we go,
Yeah.
So I'm just a goofy girl. So anyway, I just be, talking and we just have a conversation, basically.
Yeah. See, I love that. I've always pitched it as like, we're just going to be like a coffee shop conversation and we're going to leave this conversation being besties, right? We may not agree on the same coffee flavor, but we're going to be besties, talking about
That's it.
And
That's it.
I don't know. It's fun because I'm a lot like you. I'm just super goofy and like awkward moments. I'm just like, we're not going to have them. We're going to keep going. Like it's the whole thing. So I just embrace them. So I love it. And I agree. I do that 100%. Trisha, what do you do?
Yeah, I just want to add to Caramel because I've been on her show a couple times and I always get off feeling like I've talked to my best friend. So she does a great job of that.
I love Trish. She knows that.
Definitely. Well, and the most interesting thing about authors, we do tend to be introverted, or a lot of authors tend to be more introverted. But if you get them talking about their characters, their worlds, their magic systems, their antagonists, their protagonists, what they can talk a long time. Sometimes I'm like, okay, well, let's wrap this up somehow because now we've been talking an hour. So, I've had a 13-year-old who wrote a complete novel, like 500 pages, on my show. And the first time she came on, I didn't realize she was so young. And I was like, wow, that was, it was a little tense. It was a little hard. And she was a little more scripted and rehearsed. And the second time she was like, hey, my video got the most views of any of your videos. And I was like, yes, it did. She knew what she was talking about. She knew what she was doing. But it's just so fun when you see authors light up when they start talking about their characters and their stories.
Oh yeah. It just, I don't know. It makes me, from a listener standpoint, it just makes me feel like part of their world. and like developing their book, which I think from a reader standpoint, we enjoy. I tend to support, like follow more authors and stuff like that after listening to them and feeling immersed in their world. So I absolutely love that. So I have a question for you, and then it's going to feed into another one. So we're all going to go down this rabbit hole together. So do you guys have do you guys have a random like icebreaker question that you ask when sometimes an author can kind of clam up and not necessarily be more kind of open? So do you guys have an icebreaker question that you ask? And if so, what is it?
Oh, I don't know if you want to hear that. I told you I'm dangerous. You know, we had James Comey, the old FBI director, on. He's writing fictional books, and when it was kind of tense, because we don't do politics, and if they start talking it, I jump in. So of course, what do? I jump in and say, "So do you wear boxers or briefs?"
Okay, that's a good one.
It sounds weird, but you know what? He laughed and he stopped, and then he thought about it, and he wears boxers. So this is great. But
so you find out, yeah.
That's kind of but I do that sort of thing. That's what I do. It's got to be totally out of the blue and totally something weird that nobody would ever ask them. Do you know that you would not expect?
Yeah.
And if I do humor, or either I'll put myself down, I'll take some sort of humor in what they're saying, and I'll put myself into that place and make myself sound kind of goofy, because then everyone laughs. It's just breaking the monotony, you know, that thing. So I have a lot, but that's my safest one.
It's a good one. That's a good safe option, Alan.
Well, it's
that is a safe option.
Yeah, because then everyone starts thinking, right? Oh, what? Oh, it changes the whole.
What do I wear? Do I wear boxers or briefs?
Yeah, but you know, things like that really change the whole mindset. Of course, you've got to do it with the right people, because sometimes that doesn't always work well.
Yeah.
But you know, live and learn.
Yeah.
So do you guys have one? Trisha, Caramel, do you guys have one?
For me, in the beginning, before I even start my show, I try to loosen them up before they get on, so they can be loosened before they get on the show, right? So I tell them, like, this is an open show, and so you can say whatever. So for me, they already loosen up after I finish talking to them. I start to get them laughing, and we talk about the weather, or we talk about what's going on over there, or we do something so they can just totally be like relaxed. And so, I mean, before they get on the show, they're ready to loosen up, and they let down their hair and start talking. So for me, it's just like I do it before the show.
Yeah.
So
it's important to let down your hair. I let down my hair.
Oh yeah, of course. Too bad I can't. It's too curly, you know.
Trisha, what about you? What do you do?
I'm sort of in the same camp with Alan, like going back to those basic questions. I mean, there's so many book genres, and sometimes you're driving down into like this genre that I've never heard of, and I'm like, oh, tell me about that genre. How do you define that? Or, you know, tell me about this character and what makes them special, or especially if it's a fantasy character, or tell me their backstory. Like, usually if I have a question that I, you know, generally don't know the answer to, number one, and number two, that is something really basic that can just ground them a little bit, and something they would be they would be an expert in, right? So I think that is a good way to kind of reset and remind them that, oh, I'm the expert in this, and there, you know, people are on the show to listen to what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Hopefully that doesn't ratchet up the nervousness more. I don't think it does.
No, I don't see that it would do that. So I have like a couple different ones that I'll pull from, but the one that I'm going to ask you guys today is like super simple. Okay. It's just simple, and it's just like to facilitate, right? So I'm like pretty random. They'll be mid talking, and I'll be like, so what's your favorite color? So you guys, what's your favorite color?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Purple.
Same thing.
Yeah. See? Yeah. Purple. Alan, what is
my
yours?
favorite color?
Blue.
Trisha?
Mine's black. I don't know if that counts as a color, but I always say it. So.
It counts. It counts as a color. Yeah. I feel like it just like resets the conversation, right? So my next question is one, I'm very curious because I don't know you guys very well. And so I'm really curious. What is your favorite genre to read? Not to interview, but to read.
Oh, for me,
Yeah.
history,
Oh,
old stuff, and sometimes old stuff. Like I've been listening to a lot of like the original Frankenstein or Dracula. Not that I'm a horror person, because I'm not really, but just old books, old stories. They're just like the Wuthering Heights, right? It's so cool to think about someone writing something in the 1800s and what they put forward with their characters, because sometimes it's so progressive for something a couple hundred years ago that that's not me, but anyway, it's not my dog. So anyways, it's amazing about that. I love putting together, because I like thinking about how a person is living in another time.
yeah. See, I could get behind that. I think mine personally, I mean, currently right now is dark romance. Like the darker the better for me. But my like palette cleanser in terms of a different kind of arena would be historical fiction. But I like it where it's more in like the one I just finished reading recently was Between the Tynes, which is like a Scottish clan war, and it takes place in a specific time period. And I think I kind of like, because I felt educated too in that time period that I probably didn't learn a whole lot about, in school. So those are generally like palette cleansers for me. But I'm currently just dark romance. I mean, it's just, it's all over my feed, which is probably why I'm that direction. But Trisha, what about you?
I'm a little bit with Alan. So interestingly, Alan, I got into the Bram Stoker books, and I don't know if you know this, but because they didn't have publishing the way we have publishing, like every time he published in a different country, the story turned out a little bit differently. So I went down a rabbit hole with all of his Dracula books and read the one from Iceland and Norway, and they're all a little bit different. And some of them were published in newspapers weekly, and some of them were co-written with other authors. So they take on this different flavor depending on where they're published. So if you're interested in that, that was a really cool project for me. And I say project because it took me like 6 months to get through like all these different versions. But what led me to that was J.D. Barker, and who co-wrote with Draker Stoker. On the prequel. But anyway, so I love fantasy, not surprisingly. I don't call vampires horror. Somebody's like, no, vampires are horror. I'm like, no, it's fantasy. But I guess people do that. So fantasy and romance. When I need a palate cleanser, I just want a good, sweet, fun romance. And then, of course, I read. Yeah.
That is Dracula romance. Dark.
It is romance too, right? Yeah.
Dark
the ultimate
romance.
escape.
It is a dark romance, but yes, it is. It is. Yeah, I agree with you, Alan. I agree. So, Caramel, what about you?
I'm more like a crime and romance. I love crime. I love mysteries. I love to try to solve like little problems or what's going to happen next. So I'm a crime type of person, and I love romance as well. So yeah,
nice.
You should listen to the old detective radio shows, mysteries from the 40s and 50s. They're on, a lot of them are free on Audible, and others you can buy. They're like $5. But I listen to all sorts of Richard Diamond and Rogue and all these people that, and they're so good. The stories are so good, and they're only 30 minutes long each, but they're so interesting. If you like mystery, it's I
love mystery.
You'll love those. They're surprising and fun at the same time. Great characters too. I really like it.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. Yes, as soon as I get off.
just I do that at night. So me and the dogs.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, so I want to talk a little bit. I want to go back into your guys' shows, right? Because you all have your own media outreach, your own platforms and stuff that you do. So where do you see that going in the future for you? In terms of more like, in terms of like, not growth, but in terms of like content wise, like, do do you guys, okay, we'll simplify it. Do you let repeat guests come on if they have a new book, or is it kind of like an evolving kind of cycle? What does that look like for your guys' shows?
Go for it.
Okay. Repeat, like I would love guests coming to my show when they get new books so we can talk about it. And so I like them to repeat themselves, so because new things happen in everybody's lives. So I want everybody to know what's going on. For me, when it comes to my podcasting, I want to keep doing what I'm doing, but I want to be on someone's network coming up soon. So I'm trying to push myself to be on someone's network because I really love talk to a lot of people and doing a lot of things with people. But I definitely want repeated guests to come on because I do want people to know that they're elevating and involving more into their books and stuff like that. So
nice. Yeah, because I've encountered different media outlets where it's like, we've already had you on to talk about your series and they won't let you back on.
But I love talking to people.
Yeah, that's how I am. I don't know. I feel like there's a different like inspiration behind every book or every book in a series. That's why I was curious how your guys' you facilitate your platform. So Alan, Trisha, how do you guys do that?
Oh, well, for me, yeah, I have lots of repeats. And I also have, I try to record, 3 or 4, let's say in a week, and I'll have a new person that's indie that never heard of, and I usually find them somewhere on the internet. So if someone gets a friend request and you're a writer and you think I'm a weirdo, no, I'm just looking for writers, and I think that, oh, maybe you'd be a good one. And it's interesting. They look interesting, and then I friend them, and they're like, oh, who's this weirdo? But no, I'm looking for, because I want someone that's kind of an unheard of, and then at the same time you do someone that you've had on before, because it's great, because you're like, oh, so what's going on with you? What's new? What happened? Last time you drove the car off the road, like, what are you doing? You bring up, you continue, and then you try to get someone that's a little bit more established. It's good to have a good mix,
Mm-hmm.
It makes the recording go better too. I think it's nice to have it all mixed up and stuff like that. And I have no idea where I'm going or the show. Each year I say I'm going to quit.
That's fair. I get it. I understand.
Like you said, that's it. I'm not going to do it. I'm done. And then I keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden, here I am.
I get it.
This is year 16 now for this House of Mystery. So I don't know. I never saw it even lasting 5 years. I really didn't. So, because I'm not a professional. Well, you know what I mean. I'm just a guy. I'm not a professional journalist. Like, I never went to school, and I'm not like been on radio and TV, and there's some really great voices and speakers and all that stuff. And I never had that. And that wasn't my idea. It just sort of I just keep things, one thing leads to another. And here I am. And I don't know how it got this far. So I'm just running with it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful accomplishment, though. 16 years is a beautiful accomplishment.
It is.
It's insane. Over 2,500 interviews now up on our podcast thing. So yeah, it's insane when I see that. I just think, wow, how did that happen? It's a lot of talking. A lot of talking. I got to be quiet.
Trisha, what about you?
I'm going to beg to differ with you, Alan. You're definitely a professional in this field. I'm going to call you out on that one. But yeah, I'm calling you out on that. I'm like Alan. I love having a mixture of guests. I have, some of the big publishing houses that will contact me and request to have their authors on my show, but then I'll get a request from an author who's publishing their first novel and they don't know what they're doing and they're just reaching out because they want to get their name out there. And they're all fun people to talk to. So, and I love repeat guests because I love following their series as well. I probably buy almost a book from almost everybody I host, so or listen to their audiobooks. I have way too many books in my to be read pile, but they're all seem interesting to me. So I'm just gonna keep reading them, and the next time they come on, I get the update and see where it's going next.
I love it. Well, So for people that want to be on your show, authors or publicists that want to reach out to you, what are some tips that you can give them on just getting, like, pitching themselves to media? Like, what do you guys look for?
Do you really want to know? No,
I don't know, Alan. I don't know.
it's just like, what? Oh, we got the wild card here. What did we do? No, actually, no, it's really simple for me. They just got to approach and, try to like follow and get involved. That's more than anything.
Yeah.
The thing that drives me nuts the most is if you get an email or you get something and it has nothing in it. It's like from John Smith. Hi, I write books. That's it, right? And nothing. And you're like, okay, because, I'm 70, 80 emails a day in this thing. And I'm like, okay, so, and the next, and of course you get taken away with other emails. It's just not, that drives me nuts. It's like people just actually say something, just say, hey, I've got a brand new book coming out, never written before. I don't even know if I want to do this, but anything, just be themselves. And that's cool. That's great. Even if they send a friend request or a follow and then they contact me on Messenger, email, doesn't matter. I try to respond to everyone, but like I said, they've got to at least tell me what they want or what they're looking for. Because too many people want to be on the show and be on a show, period. And also, I don't know about you guys. Have you been getting the ones that are like AI generated?
Yeah.
This is Sally. I really liked I love that last episode of yours, and it's got one of your guests that you had on, and it's copy and pasted the name, right? And it's got this AI thing. That was so beautiful when you talked about this and that, and it's like I didn't talk about any of that. It's all AI, and it's like wow. So there's a lot of AI stuff going on right now, and I think that's you want to just make sure you stick out from that. Don't sound like you're AI if you are. Because you get deleted. But that's it for me. I'm easy.
Nice. Trisha, Caramel, what do you guys do?
Really, I will host almost anyone who, like Alan said, tells me what they want. Like sometimes they describe their book and then I'm like, okay. And I'll email them back and say, did you want to be on my show? What did you want me to do with this information? But I love the personal stories. I mean, I do usually have a backlog on my show, and it's going to be 2 or 3 months before you get in. But those personal stories will get me. And if they say, oh, I have a release coming up, I try to do those requests for people because I do want it to be special for them. And it's so exciting to have your story out on a podcast, and I want it to be special for them. So I do try to match all those requests, but I can't do it all. So, but the personal stories are my favorite. Like if there's a backstory to the book, I love those the best.
That's why she keeps bumping me. I can have you on. No, it's going to have you on, but no, something happened, and she takes on another person. I get it now. 6 months later, Oh no, I've got something going. I
don't think you emailed me.
No,
Alex.
I haven't.
Wait a minute. No. I read my email every day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spin off of Alan. I'm the same way. Like I get emails all the time about. Just like you do, they're like, hi, I am whoever. And then I'm like, okay, so what do you want me to do? But other than that, if people email me or social media on TikTok or Instagram and they inbox me and say they want to be on the show, then I'm good with that. So, I mean, I just need to know the story before I can say yes, So a lot of people don't know what to say. Like you said, some people are beginners and so they don't know what to say to you. So I try to help them out and just put them on the show or whatever. But a lot of people hit me up on Instagram a lot because I do a lot of promotions on my Instagram and TikTok. So that's where they hit me the most. They don't email me. They just inbox me and say, hey, I want to be on your show. And I'm like, okay, tell me a little bit more about what you do, So because I don't do like music artists and stuff like that. I used to do that back in the day, but I don't do it anymore. So.
Okay. So in an email, we need to tell you what we want, tell you about our book, And if so,
Yes.
maybe include like a media kit that is like the summary
Yes,
of
there
your
you
book
go.
and your
It sounds
bio.
great.
That's what I'm taking away
Yeah.
from this. Those are the 3 or 4 things that you need to pitch on any media outlet, I believe. Just
Yeah.
we need, number 1 is they need to know what you're wanting and a little bit about
That part.
yourself. Yeah, which I totally get.
And any links, if they have a website or if they have any sort of social media or anything to let us know, and then we kind of can find them and see who they are and what they're doing, and it's good.
Exactly. And they're not AI.
Yeah, not yeah.
No, that's
No.
true.
Because really,
know.
talking behind the scenes, if you're just contacting a person doing a podcast, you're just saying, "Hey, listen, I'd like to be on. I've got this book, and here's my Instagram or here's my TikTok. You can watch me dance." And that's about, because then my website, and then you can kind of go to it and go, "Oh, okay, yeah, it looks interesting."
Yeah.
That's all simple.
Well, so that feeds just to like a random rabbit hole question, right? So if an author, because there's some authors, right, that don't have social media or they don't have a website, so they're sus sometimes. Is that a deterrent though? Like if they don't have a website but they have social media or vice versa, is that like a deterrent from having them on your show, or is it just less information that you have?
But usually they have some type of link to go to so you can read about them. You know what I mean? Even though if they don't have social media or a website, they usually have something to go to so you can actually look them up,
Like a media kit?
Like a media kit, yeah, basically.
Yeah, because I don't know. I've encountered authors, I've helped build them, websites and social media platforms because they haven't had it. And I'm like, we can't even pitch you to media because they can't learn about you. So I didn't know if that was like a deterrent or if I just view that as a deterrent.
Yeah, it's a deterrent. No, it's definitely a deterrent. If I had 2 people wanting to be on the show, one had Facebook and Instagram and a website, and the other one has nothing, I'm going to take the Facebook web person. Probably, if they're let's say equal as in interest. Let's say they both look like they have interesting books and they both look kind of good. The one that has a few platforms, I'm going to choose before the one that has none out of the 2. So it's it's just another thing that helps you, and it's not mandatory, but it helps.
Yeah, for sure. So okay, so when we're submitting for pitching, it's what you want, information about you, your media kit, and links of where they can learn information about you. So if you guys are taking notes, that's what you need to prioritize when you pitch to media outlets. But speaking of pitching, media outlets, all of that, how can people get in touch with you? How can they pitch to you? Tell us how people can find you and contact you.
Oh, I guess I can start on that one. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
My podcast is Finding the Magic Book Podcast. So if you're on all the podcast channels, as well as YouTube under Trisha Copeland Author or Author Trisha Copeland on all social media, if you go to my website, trishacopeland.com, then there's a link to contact me, but it's my email, trisha@trishacopeland.com. And that's where I'm better on email than all the inboxes. So yeah.
I understand. Alan, it's your moment.
My moment. It's pretty simple, AlanRWarren.com. And there's an R in it, not because I'm sophisticated. It's because there is an Alan Warren that writes books, but he's a foot doctor.
Oh,
so he writes a lot of good books, probably. I don't know. He does a lot of books. So if you do Alan Warren, you're going to get a foot doctor. You might not want to be on a foot show. But AlanRWarren.com and House of Mystery radio.com. It's pretty simple either way. If you just type it in, you can find it, and just do the contact thing on the show or me on my page and get right a hold of me. Or of course, I'm all over Facebook and Instagram, TikTok, Substack, everything, just about everything. I'm on X too, but I never pay attention to it. I should say that, but you will find me there. So I go there every couple of days. That's it.
Nice. Caramel, what about you?
Okay, you can find me on Instagram as Miss Caramel Lucas and TikTok Caramel Lucas. My website is caramellucas.net. You can find me on Facebook as Caramel Lucas, Substack as well. My podcast is Keeping It Real with Caramel, without the G. you can just, I guess, Google Caramel Lucas, and then you can find me anywhere and everywhere. I'm on YouTube as well. It's Caramel Lucas. So I'm pretty much all over, just like Alan and Trisha. So we're all over the world.
All
Just
over the
Google us,
place.
as they say.
Yeah. Yeah, just Google it. Yeah.
I love
Just
it.
Google
Well,
it. You'll find it.
yeah. Well, so as our time together is winding down, right? I want to close out with this question and get an answer from each of you. If you can give one author that's pitching themselves to media, any media, your show, whatever, what is that one piece of advice that you would give them so they could be successful in like their media ventures? Trisha, you go first.
Oh, wow. I would say the press kit is a great idea, as well as just showing up. I mean, show up, pitch. I mean, sometimes it's scary or hard to put yourself out there, but the more you do it, I think the more comfortable you get with it. And I think it can be a lot of fun. So just go for it.
There we go.
I like it. I like
Say-
it.
say
Like,
that.
oh, Trisha, that was good. I don't know
Yeah.
how to come behind that one. Look, that was really good. Yeah, I feel like Trisha's correct. Just go for it. Like your press kit, yes, but like you said, some people are so afraid to come out or so scared of what other people are going to say. I think that it's not about what people say. It's like you might impact someone's life, even one person. You might not do everybody, but like you said, just go for it. Just do what you do and have a good time doing it.
Yeah,
Simple
and
as
start
that.
early. Avoid the noise as much as possible. Don't worry about what you think other people are. It's not important. It's not important to be
Exactly.
focused on what someone might say about your book or say about what shirt you're wearing or what tie you're wearing or any of that sort of stuff, or your hair. I get those comment all the time. But you can't worry about that, because then not only that, if you start focusing on that, it takes your focus off of your writing and what you really want to accomplish and what you're doing. So you got to stay inward and just sort of like focus on that, because people are going to say good and bad things right through your whole career of writing and podcasting and radio. It's just the same thing. There's always going to be someone listening that goes, oh, yeah. And then someone that goes, wow, that person's great. You're going to have both. You just have to get used to it and just kind of go ahead but don't follow it. Don't respond. Just kind of keep moving, and you'll get there. And then you'll be like Trisha or Carmel before you know it. You'll be
Or like Alan.
Alan.
No.
Oh, like Alan.
No.
Like, come on, Alan.
No. Nobody wants to do this.
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up any of you guys. Like, those were all fantastic words of advice. And now here I am. I'm having to close this out and I have to like follow up after that. So way to put the pressure on you guys. But no, Trisha, Alan, Caramel, I want to thank you guys so much for taking time out of your day to just come and chit chat with us about media and your guys' shows and how to pitch to media and just letting us get to know you guys a bit. So I want to thank you guys so much. I want to thank the BookFest Spring 2026 for having us on and for hosting us. And there are many more free fun adventures coming up. So until next time.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to BookFest. I hope you guys are enjoying your time and learning a lot of interesting and cool things. Today, we're going to be talking about choosing the right website platform for your needs. It's going to be a practical guide to WordPress, Wix, and Trulia. And it's basically, thinking about choosing the right website platform for yourself. It's like choosing a car, right? You got to find the right one that fits your needs, makes you comfortable, and gets you going. So let's get going. My name is Denise Molinex. I own Geek Girl Publishing. I am an LLC that helps authors build their websites, publish their books, and market their books. We're an author-created space created by me a long time ago as an author myself, and I have been around for over a decade at this point. So I've been working with a lot of different platforms. I've seen a little bit of everything. I come from a very technical background and working for some big companies like Microsoft and also Apple. So let's get going. So by the end of the session, I want you to be able to understand what the platforms are, but also know what they offer and be comfortable with it. So one of the first things we're going to, I want you to understand are what the differences are between the platforms. So what the differences between WordPress.org, WordPress.com, Wix, and Trulia, and see what they offer and if they fit you. The second thing is I hope that it helps you evaluate each platform against, your technical comfort, your budget, your long-term goals. And then, of course, number three, use a clear decision framework to make a confident, informed choice for your specific needs. At the end of this, you can always reach out to me if you feel like you need to talk some of this out. I'm more than happy to do that. I'll provide my information at the end. But then also avoid like common mistakes that people make. Sometimes you buy something on a whim, you say you're going to do it, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out the way that you've planned. So definitely, these are the things that I want you to be comfortable with at the end. The first one is going to be WordPress.org versus WordPress.com. So they share a name, but not the same purpose. So that's one big takeaway there. Now, WordPress.org is free. It's open source software that you can download yourself and you can host it yourself. You own basically everything and you have complete control over your site's files and data, right? So just be aware of that. It's very much like owning a house. WordPress.com is going to be a managed hosting service through WordPress.com where they run the infrastructure, they handle the security of your site, and they manage some of the updates. So, huge difference there, right? The house version, you have to manage yourself. The .com version handles some of the stuff, not everything, but there are limitations. So just be aware of that. So just so we get into WordPress.org, currently they power about 43% of all websites, meaning a lot of people tend to use them through a service, like a host, like GoDaddy, Bluehost, Green Geeks, you name them. There are several out there that do very much the same thing. And they offer what we call WordPress hosting, very specific to this platform. Now, like I said, the core software is free. So if you're very technical and you know how to download it and put it onto a server and get it going, then you're more than happy to do that on your own time. But typically the prices start from about $50 to $100 a year. That means it's based on who you bought from. So if you go to GoDaddy and you look at their packages, they tell you what the package provides. It gives you a domain, maybe a free email, the hosting for a year. Then you know what you're getting based on that. The other thing that you get with WordPress.org is you get access to about 60,000 plus plugins that have unlimited functionality. We're talking about setting up a newsletter, setting up, if you want to show off your Instagram, a plugin to manage your books for you as you add in more books. I mean, the possibilities are endless with plugins and they're absolutely amazing. And that's the freedom that you get from using them, but you also get design freedom as well. So that's something to think about, long term. If you're looking at long term as an author and you're going to want to change it or update it along the way, then WordPress.org might be the way to go. They have thousands of themes. There are themes that are sold online through places like Theme Forest that will get you specific designs. It allows you to go to someone like Geek Girl Publishing or others out there that build within WordPress to, create your site from scratch the way you want it. But the trade-off is it does require you to know more technical stuff, but and a strong willingness to learn and troubleshoot. And I can tell you that from experience. Sometimes things don't quite work out the way you plan. So those are the things that you need to be aware of. And you're responsible for updates, security, and your backups, unless you have a host that provides that for you. That's why I say the cost can be anywhere from $50 to $100 a year, depending on what the host will provide. And that is something that if you want that stuff done for you, if you want the security and the backups done for you, there are hosts out there that will provide that to you at a cost within the package. So just be aware of that when you are purchasing through WordPress.org. Now, as a general, tip, WordPress.org is really for people who want a complex site. They want to maybe run monetization on their site. They want full control and they want long-term scalability. So be aware of that for WordPress.org. It's a great piece of software. I can attest to it. I use it. I build in it. It gives you a lot of flexibility. So if that's what you're looking for long term, then I would say this is a good way to start. Now, WordPress.com handles the technical side of it, but at the cost of the flexibility. Now, some of the features and benefits that you get are, the hosting, you get the security, you get the updates, everything is handled for you. You don't have to worry too much about backups and software updates because it's all done within their service. And it's a quick setup and you get going really quick. Now, their pricing and the trade-offs are what some people don't like because you end up paying a little more, but getting not as much as, say, WordPress.org gives you. So their plans can start from free up until about $45 a month, depending on your needs. Every system or platform has packages or subscriptions nowadays. It is a thing of our new world. So definitely read through about what you're getting. If you don't understand something, definitely research it, ask questions for people that do know. Um, Plugins are restricted unless you have, a creator plan that adds another $25 or higher to your bill. So just be aware of that. There's also limited customization. So on a lower tier, like the free plan, you can only design a certain way. You can use certain templates that they provide you and kind of work off of that. So WordPress.com tends to be best for people that like simple blogs, personal sites, somebody who wants it easy and doesn't want to really maintain it too much. So that's the difference between WordPress.org and WordPress.com. Wix. So Wix is a little different, and they've been around for a little while now. And it makes them interesting because just like all platforms, they've really grown and have updated in the way they do things. So I always refer to Wix like having a professional designer guide you every step of the way. So they kind of have a design, um, almost like a design person inside of their site that helps you. You pick out the template and you kind of walk through it and add things that you want to do. So it has an intuitive editor. It's very drag and drop. A lot of people like that because it doesn't require any code or technical skill. They do have about 800 plus templates that are professionally designed that you can use you know, across the board, any industry that you're working in. If you're out, if you're an author, if you have your own little business as well. Um, Built-in tools. So they have booking tools, an app market for extensions, very similar to the plugins on WordPress. And it's a fast setup. So you can get set up within hours, not days. And it's ideally for those who are trying to get online quickly. So Wix's biggest trade-off is like fast, beautiful, but it can limit you eventually. I've seen a lot of authors use Wix, they really love it, and then they get stuck and they want something else. And then, it they have to either move to another platform or either keep it and find other ways to work around that. So their pricing tiers are here, so you can kind of see what they offer. And the light version obviously is going to be for a basic site. The core version is going to have some of that e-commerce basics that some people would want for their sites if you're planning on selling your own books. Um, and then business obviously would have advanced features, and then business elite would give you everything that Wix has to offer template wise and e-commerce add-ons. So you can see as the price climbs, it might not be ideal for a first-time author or maybe an author that's still writing more books. Um, and then there's going to be limitations, and the limitations are going to be um, you can't switch templates after publishing without rebuilding it, which is not great. WordPress allows you to change the template without hurting your pages. Um, and then SEO constraints, where WordPress allows you to add plugins for SEO. It gives you less SEO power and flexibility compared to WordPress because it allows you, SEO is going to allow you to be found on social. It'll be allowed to find you on Google, on all these platforms that people are constantly searching on. And eventually it's going to include AI. So be aware of that when you're looking at sites too, because you want to be discoverable and you want to be searchable. Migration difficulty is harder to migrate away from this site. Most likely, designers would start from scratch from your site and take material that they need from it before the design option is completed. So just be aware of that. It's a little harder to get off of. And then there's hidden costs that can you know, come in with the added premium add-ons. So just be aware. It's a fast way to get online. It's easy and it's like I said, it's drag and drop, but there's limitations to it, right? So depending on your budget, your comfortability with the easy technical aspect of this versus say WordPress.org or .com, then this might be the way to go. But just be aware of what limitations you face. Now, Tertulia is one of the platforms that have actually specifically been built for authors. There are others out there as well that are coming around, and they allow you to, in this case, for this platform, is to allow you to take your ISBN number or your ASIN number for Amazon, and you can import it, and they will do the rest for you. They will grab the blurb, the image, your links. Um, it's out of the, like it allows you to do a lot of nice things that normally authors kind of dread when they're building their site. They're like, I gotta get my links in there, my, it, reviews, all that sort of thing. And Tertulia does this automatically. They get the book cover, the bio, the metadata for the book, and they put the retailer, you can add retailer links to other platforms beyond Amazon. Um, they have a book marketplace that you can add, use for additional discoverability. So it's really interesting, and they are building more and more. And they do, I believe, they have like webinars and whatnot. So they also have built-in tools. So again, I was talking about newsletters and the importance of them for authors to be able to connect with their readers once they sign up. They have integration tools for MailChimp and MailerLite. I'm not sure about Wix. I believe they might have like an e-commerce add-on that does that. WordPress definitely has plugins that accommodate for both. They do have a blog, events calendar, and social media connections that you can add to this as well. And it's industry endorsed, right? So, if you're looking for a basic site that you want to get up in, a few minutes, then definitely this is a good way to go. So a little more about Tertulia is that some of the strengths are like you can get set up within 15 to 30 minutes, which was amazing. by today's standards. And then there's really not a lot of technical skills required for putting it up. You're just following the prompts that the system and platform give you. And then, of course, it's really an affordable option, specifically tailored to um, authors, right? It could be annual is about $100 a year, $10 a month. So you can, you if you're again, this fits budget, comfortability for those who don't want to code or hire someone, this might be the way to go. But there are limitations, right? Like anything else, there's going to be, you're limited to the design customization options that they currently have. Um, the content isn't portable to other platforms. There's no direct e-commerce routes through other through retailers, and it's really author focused. So it's, again, if you are an author or you have a business that you're looking to get, information on platforms, then this may not be the way to go. But um, a lot of people do like this, and it's a quick and easy way to get set up. So kind of a side-by-side comparison, you can see I create a little chart here, kind of the ease of use across the board, customization wise, what you have an option for, and pricing, cost entry, and what it's best for, and setup, technical skill. Um, so this gives you an idea of what to expect. And you can always come back to this um, when the replay goes out and you can see what this offers you. So I highly encourage it. So these are the 5 questions that will help you understand what you're looking for. So if you're an author, Trulia might be the best answer for you. How technical are you? If you are comfortable with code, then WordPress.org might be the way to go. If you prefer no code, it would be either Wix, WordPress.com, or Tertulia. How much customization do you want? If you want full control, then it might be WordPress.org. If you want a beautiful template, it might be just Wix. If, if you're on a budget, Tertulia might be the way to go, or maybe WordPress.com's free plan. And what's your timeline, right? Because depending on where you are in your journey, if you already have a book out, but you don't have a website, or you don't, you're trying to build your social and have something out there, then if you need it today, you might be better off with Tertulia or Wix. If you're willing to invest time into it, then it might be WordPress.org. So some final takeaways for this. WordPress.org is going to give you, it's a complex site to learn, but you have long-term scalability. And that's something that I always tell authors to think about when they're first building their website. The second one, WordPress.com, is going to be simple. It hands off the hosting. It's minimal technical effort. If that's the way you want to go, then I would suggest looking into that. Wix, if they do a little bit of everything. They have author templates, they have business templates. It's a fast launch. You want to do it quickly, then Wix may be the way for you. Tertulia, it's very specific to authors, and they can give you a site under 30 minutes based on the information that you give them for your books. So I will have a handout that I will, I can send to people who are interested. I'm more than happy to schedule time with any authors that are interested in learning more. You can visit the sites below. I put the websites there that you can learn from. And it's a perfect way to get started, right? To understand how platforms work, how much they cost, what are the benefits, what are the features, what are the limitations. This is something that you can always come back to and read. So thank you so much for your time. Please stay in touch. You can email me at info@geekgirlpublishing.com. And hopefully I'll hear from you soon. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of BookFest.
Welcome. I am Lisa Diane Kastner. I'm the founder and executive editor of Running Wild, a content creation, distribution, and licensing company. And I'm here to talk to you about the different options that you have in terms of publishing. Now, I'm just going to cover 3 super high level buckets. And we are actually also going to provide from IBPA a map of a much more detailed map of all of the different options that you have available to you in today's market. Now, what I'm going to ask is that before you start diving into this, please, 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 please sit down and figure out what it is that you want to accomplish. Because each one of these buckets, each one of these methods is going to be better for you depending on what your objectives are. Cool? Cool. Okay. So let's start with the 3 primary buckets. We have self-publishing, we have hybrid publishing, and we have mainstream publishing. So first, let's talk about self-publishing. In the self-publishing world, that really means that you have complete and utter control of your content, of your story. You will have to bring to the table for self-publishing the content, meaning the stories. You will have to find an editor in some capacity. You will need to find a cover designer. You will need to find someone to actually do the file formatting for you. And then you will need to actually sit down, and you will need to identify how you want to publish it, who you want to publish with. Now, again, in today's market, you've got several options. You could go straight up remote, which basically means just totally digital. And typically, most people do completely digital through Amazon Kindle. You can also leverage other functions or other opportunities, such as Ingram Spark, because Ingram Spark will enable you to actually put your stories out there in terms of ebook, paperback, hardback, and they actually handle distribution. Now, as does companies like Archway. Again, I highly recommend sitting down and doing your homework and figuring out which platform, if you choose self-publishing, that you would like to use. Now, some of the benefits of self-publishing, again, you've got complete control. You keep all the moolah. It's all you. Some of the detriments or disadvantages of self-publishing: you will not be able to get your books typically into major retailers. You will not be able to get your books into oftentimes even in the smaller stores that you may have locally, bookstores and so on. The reason for that is they all have deals with different distribution companies and with different organizations. And oftentimes that equates that they just don't work with anyone other than those specific suppliers. So that's, again, super high level self-publishing. Hybrid publishing. Hybrid publishing is actually getting more and more popular in today's market. There are quite a few hybrid publishers out there today. And typically hybrid publishers are basically smaller companies that they're partially providing a service to you. And that service is one of, they will review your content. You submit your content to them. They will either agree or disagree to partner with you. You will have a contractual agreement with them where they will cover things like they'll provide an editor, they'll provide a proofreader, they will provide a cover designer, and you will basically partner with them in the development and the creation, getting your stories out into the world. But you will have to pay for that. So what I mean by that is, depending on how much of a service they provide, it could cost anywhere from, let's say, $5,000. I've seen as high as $100,000. Oftentimes, something that's as high as $100,000, they're really providing a significant marketing program. And that's really what you're paying for, is those marketing services as well as the publication services. Now, some of the distinct benefits of going with a hybrid publisher is that, again, they're bringing high quality, typically high quality editors, marketers, cover designers. You can actually go and look at their catalog of books that they've already published to get a sense of the quality of the work that they have already put out into the world, right? You also will have significant say in terms of cover design, in terms of what kind of editing you agree to that you believe is absolutely what needs to happen. And you will have say in terms of the promotion. Also of benefit is you will actually be able to get your book typically into at least some smaller retailers. You will have larger distribution available to you. And they will provide a certain level of marketing. Now, things to keep in mind with hybrid publishers, you want to make sure that you review exactly what services are being provided as a part of your partnership, as a part of that contractual agreement. And the reason for that is you want to make sure that you are just distinctly clear on exactly what it is that is you are going into agreement with, or going into agreement for. And some will have it where you retain copyright. Others may have it where it's a little closer to a more classic model, which I'll talk about in a second, and where they reserve the right to publish whatever it is for a distinct period of time. And then once that period of time has ended, then the rights will revert to you. Okay, so that's the first two, self-publishing, hybrid. Now, the biggest bucket that we have is traditional. And traditional includes everything from the big four, which would be like Penguin, Simon & Schuster, and so on. It includes small presses. It includes mid-sized presses. It includes university presses. It includes a bevy of other what's considered more traditional. Now, again, I'm going to recommend that you go and you analyze that IBPA publishing map so that you are familiar with exactly what you would get depending on that type of traditional publishing option. Now, again, big bucket traditional. Traditional basically means that this is a publisher that typically specializes in a specific type of genre, a specific type of publishing, and they will provide some type of an advance for your story. Now, large publishers typically will not accept direct submissions. Typically, they require that you come forward through an agent. Many mid-size and many small publishers may not require an agent. You may be able to actually submit directly. Again, you want to go to their websites, you want to research what it is that they require, and you want to make sure that it's a good fit for you. Now, large publishers, they typically will provide a bigger advance. They will also typically provide 10 potentially smaller royalties than what you may see with some mid and small presses. I'll talk about that in a second. And they obviously, you're going to be partnering with an editor on the actual finalization of your work. Now, understand that when you are signing on with a large publisher, you may or may not, again, you want to research this, you want to go through the copyright or the contract rather, and ensure that you fully understand what you're getting into. And they will typically retain copyright of whatever your book is for a specific period of time. And they will also tend to then revert rights to you at some point. Now, they also will tend to provide marketing, and those books that you see in the big retailers, the ones that you typically see even in smaller, like local stores, oftentimes those books are all with a major publisher. And although it can be confusing when you're looking at it, because it's like, but I'm seeing all these different, publishing houses. I'm seeing like St. Martin's, I'm seeing Simon & Schuster, I'm seeing, fill in the blank. The reality is that all of those major publishers also have imprints. So if you're curious to see the number of imprints that actually a publisher has, I recommend go to their websites, and they actually do list all of the publishers that they represent or that are a part of their group. It's actually pretty fascinating because a lot of times some successful small and mid-sized presses may be acquired by the larger houses like the Penguins and the Simon & Schusters, but that's for a completely different conversation. Okay. Now, back to our topic at hand. So big houses, again, larger upfront payments, sometimes a smaller royalty percentage, mid-size and small. So mid-size and small, they typically will have a classic distributor. Like we are with IPG, which is the second largest distributor in North America and Canada, and they also distribute globally. Others may actually be with something like an Ingram Spark and therefore leverage the distribution models that are available through Ingram Spark. So you would be able to get your books into the larger retailers. You'll be able to see them across Amazon, bookshop.org, Barnes and Noble. Some will be able to get your books into major retailers, like if they are with a distributor such as IPG, or even some small and mid-sized houses are actually using the distribution methods that are available through Penguin, for instance. Now, that's not always the case. It's sometimes the case. Again, do your homework, research it, find out what they actually offer. And actually, so that's actually basically it. Those are the three major houses or three major methods: self, hybrid, and traditional. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you, BookFest, for this incredible opportunity, and happy writing, guys.
Hi there. I am author Amy Wolf. I've written about 28 novels. And today I want to give a very high level overview of one of the 4 pillars of direct sales, and that is a web page or online store. So this is my online store. There it is. Lone Wolf Press, the name of my company. And you can see I've got it organized as logically as I can, all by different types. I've got bundles, which are really important, and even merchandise. So let's just take a look at, say, hardbacks. Here we go. All right. And you can see all my series. If you click on this, you'll bring up the product and you can purchase that. And all my fun series just kind of organized by that. And at any time, you can go back to the home page, which I won't do because it will play a video, right? And on my home page, I have various stuff. I'm going to take a chance here. Let's see. I'm going to cut off my video if I can. All right. See, there we go. So you can note also that I give the user choice. What kind of fantasy do they like? So they can skip things that they don't, right? Bundles, here we go. This should be animated. There we go. Woo, my most popular bundle, right? And then I give the user a chance to subscribe to my newsletter, and new people to the site get a $5 off coupon. So all the bells and whistles, right? So to just go into the technical fun part of this, here we go. Woo! Okay, thanks for that. So basically, I am hosting my site on GoDaddy, and this is a WordPress site, okay? Within WordPress, I am using WooCommerce for all the sales and shopping cart goodies. And it's very similar to Shopify. There's little difference. I like Woo because it gives me automatic shipping costs, an automatic tax table. I don't have to worry about that stuff. There's nothing manual that I do. Is that you go to the shopping cart and boom, all that stuff is done for you, which is really nice. So I will be honest, if you're going to do this yourself, there's a learning curve. It took me a couple of months, honestly, to learn and to put this together, right? So the main basically elements here that you're going to be going to over and over are pages. Oh yeah. And also products, which are within Woo. Here, where are you? There they are. And that, because I have so many books and formats, I probably got 150 products going on. What you can also do is get plugins, just cool little bells and whistles. Like I have one to help me duplicate a page, for example, so I don't have to, create it from scratch. So let's go to pages. I will go all pages. Woo, there is a search function. Here we go. And what I want to look at here, thank you so much, advertisements everywhere. I want to go to, let's go to Fey and Fallen Hearts here. And I use a wonderful tool called Optimize Press. And let me tell you, that has saved me. I don't have to know HTML, not even anything. Basically, Optimize Press is drag and drop. And that's how you build your websites. Woo, here it is. So you can see here, yay, you can drag and drop any of this stuff. There's a lot of others too. And that's how you construct the site. It's really simple. So this was a landing page as opposed to a direct offer. And I was essentially, I basically gave users a quiz. They came to this landing page, and then if they were interested in the special edition, they could go right to the Kickstarter. So this is an example of trying to warm up my email list, right? So there we go. And yeah, let me go back, if I can, to a formal direct offer, because this is the bread and butter of why you want to have a web store, right? Let's look at something like Governess, if I can find it. Where are you? Here we go, Geo Bundle. Let's do Optimized Press. So why, you ask, do I have to have a web store? Well, the best news is that you can offer bundles, right? In other words, on Amazon, you can't. You just have to offer one book. Here, you can bundle anything, various series together, merchandise. So this is a direct offer. I send these to my lists. Yes, I do. And this one actually did really well. So here I've got obviously a countdown clock and some fun quote from the review. Here we go. Okay. this is broken up. Don't know why. Here we are, got a map, just to create interest. The clock is everywhere. Well, what the heck is this School for Dragons? Give a little descript. And I've got some fun reviews, including Kirkus and some starred reviews. And what does it include? Woo! I'm bundling a lot of stuff for $15. You can get $41 worth of merchandise and books. So this was probably my number one. There we go. Get all 9 bundle items. You say, oh, wow. Now it's 56. So here's the clock. Yes, I want that. And basically, let's just see where it takes me, hopefully to that. Oh, I'm in edit mode, sorry. But when you go to my shopping cart, you can pay 5 ways from Tuesday. I do it all. Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, credit card. So you want to give your readers a choice, right? And really you want to make this as seamless an experience. They click and they go and they buy. And that's pretty much how it works in the shopping cart, right? So let's just go back here and show you some other fun stuff. Now, I started off doing this myself, and I did about 95% of it myself, but there were certain things that I just could not do, okay? And for that, I found a great web guy, WordPress guy on Fiverr, and he helped me mainly with the menus, which I have now learned how to do, and with making things look pretty and, sizing the images. So if it's too much of a hassle, you can always hire somebody to fill in the blanks, right? So let's see what else I can tell you. Products, woo, let's just take a look at a product page. And this is what you're going to see when you click one of those images on the main menu. Oh, here's a bundle. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so I go here and I can bundle anything I want. That is the big advantage. So here in product, you give your spiel, right? Basically a little description of the book. I give ratings just in case, everything that is included. And basically, got a couple of BookFest awards and everything that they're getting, the ebook and a special cover there. Wow, I did it all. So here is kind of the meat of your product. Down here, way down here, woo, okay. And that is a simple product. There it is, taxable. Let's take a look at shipping. It should be media mail with books, right? You can do an inventory. I generally don't because I can always order more, but if that's important, here we go. We can cross-sell and we can upsell, and that's important. You can even put a timer on this, only available for 5 days. And so it's very cool. And let's just take a look back at the old website and let's go to, I don't know. Let's go to ebooks because why not? So here we go. And let's pretend I want to buy A School for Dragons, the ebook, right? So here he comes and I say, hey, that looks like fun. I'm going to add to my cart. So I'm adding, and then you're brought up right to the product page, all the various methods of payment. And I'm going to view my cart. Woo! Here we go. I give discounts on my page because I get all the money, right? I don't get a royalty. I get 100% of the price of what I sell. So I get the whole gross. And that's another huge advantage. You want to encourage your list to buy from you because you get all the money. So here I've got a couple of things in my cart and then my address. Okay. And when I put in my address, okay. It's going to calculate the shipping fee, right? And we can see it already has tax based on my state. It's a beautiful thing, right? So then that's pretty much it. Proceed to checkout. Let's go. Woo! There I am. That's me. And okay, looks like I'm in Issaquah. And where is shipment? There's no shipping options. Well, that isn't good. Okay. I think I have to actually renew my USPS plugin, right? Okay, so once I do that, you can ship to a different address. Boom, you place the order and your customer will get a nice email from you. And then as far as fulfillment, again, it depends how big you are. If you're going to be shipping thousands of books, you can offshore fulfillment to a third party, warehouse those books. I'm pretty small, so I do the fulfillment myself, just go to the post office and all that fun stuff. The other huge advantage here is you get the email of your customers. Unlike Amazon, you have no idea, right? Who's buying my books? You have no clue. Here, you own the customer data. So if Amazon also decides tomorrow, you know what, we're not going to sell ebooks anymore, that doesn't leave you on a desert island. You still have this to fall back on. Okay. So let me go checkout and products and stuff. So plugins, as I said, are a big part of this, and it's basically let's just take a look at all. I have quite a few. And it's the modules that are associated with Woo, including Woo itself, all in one SEO. And I got to tell you that SEO is kind of going the way of the dodo. Now with AI, it's all about vectors. So I won't go into that, but you need to have AI discover your page these days, right? Okay, you can check for broken links. And I love this duplicate page. Oh, yeah. I love exporting my customers' information. Okay, so I can add them to my list. You can interface with Facebook and Google Analytics and all that kind of fun stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay. Jetpack. There we go. Oh, yeah. And I do interface with MailChimp so I can add people to my list. Yeah, okay. Optimize Press. That's the big one, right? Woo. That's another big one, right? And this one I didn't feel like paying for, but you can have really cool custom coupons that you can give out within the site. PayPal payments. Oh, yeah. Product recommendations. Absolutely. The famed shipping, smart coupons. Here comes the tax. So yeah, you can see that Woo has quite a few plugins, right? It's easy also to install plugins, seriously. It's a zip, you install it, boom, it's there. And you can deactivate them at any time, right? So as far as the template for my webpage, basically, I just chose a default one, and I think it was from either GoDaddy or WordPress. It was an author one. Then I just customized the heck out of it. So it's kind of good to start, with a template. You can post from here, obviously, your blog posts. I do have a separate author page, which it's because that's what I started out with. So hey, and all this analytics and marketing and stuff, and you just go on and on and on, right? So collapse menu. And if I wanted to go, hey, I want to go see the site now, I could say, you know what? Let me just visit the site. What is it that people say? Here I am. I just can't stop talking. Yeah. So here we go. I've got all my socials. I've got about, I've got why you can trust me. It's up to you. But if you use that template, all that stuff is already there and you just need to customize it. So that, my friends, is pretty much it. I haven't gone too much into the technical because we don't have time. But just to reprise, why should you as an author have your own website/online store? One, you can present bundles that you cannot do on retailers, okay? Two, you get all the money, not royalties, but 100% of what you sell, okay? And to me, those are the two. It's just good. It's more marketing for you. You're out there. You can cite this on Kickstarter or cons or whatever else you happen to be doing. It just gives you a little more social proof and legitimacy. So that is my big meta, or as we say, 30,000 foot view of online store webpage. As I said, it's daunting at first. I do come from IT, but I'm a database developer, nothing to do with the web. Use these tools like Optimize Press. You don't have to have one character of HTML. It's drag and drop. So I thank you for listening and hope that you have success with your own online store. Thanks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BookFest panel that is called When the Scares Are Real, Writing Spooky Nonfiction. What we are going to talk about today is just that. I know a lot of people who write horror tend to think that maybe they can't write nonfiction. They're used to fiction. But there are many ways that a horror writer or a writer in general can write this dark nonfiction. We're going to try and explore as many of those ways as we can today. I have invited 3 friends here who have lots of experience in these things. We are going to touch specifically on books, columns, the personal essay or memoir, and articles, the kind of thing that you might find in a magazine or webzine. I will tell you that there are a few areas of nonfiction that we are not going to address today. We're not going to talk about technical writing, writing for work for hire, or the academic paper. Now, if you are here because you're interested in writing any of those things, you just hang around. You're still going to get a lot of great stuff out of this panel because, like I said, these people are pros. They know just what they're doing. So let us get into the meat of this. I am going to ask each person to introduce themselves and to talk a little about some of the nonfiction that they have written before we get into the real discussion. We're going to start with Lauren Rhodes.
Hi, I'm the author of a cemetery encyclopedia called 222 Cemeteries to See Before You Die, and 2 cemetery travel memoirs, the most recent of which is Still Wish You Were Here. I've published novels, short stories, all kinds of actual fiction, and I'm the editor of a nonfiction anthology called Morbid Curiosity Cures the Blues.
Thank you. And I am fans of all of those, by the way. And next, I want to ask John Palisano to tell us a little about himself.
Hi, I'm John, and my nonfiction has appeared in places like Fangoria and Dark Discoveries and many other places. Most recently, I had an article, a column called Distant Signals that was out. So I've been doing a lot of nonfiction over the years. In many capacities. So especially all related to horror, pretty much.
Yeah. Thank you, John. And last but far from least is Vince Lagano.
Thanks, Lisa. My name is Vince, and I actually started my writing more in the nonfiction genre, writing for a small specialty niche publication called Autograph Collector, primarily celebrity profile pieces and interviews. And when I segued into horror, I became primarily known as an anthologist. But I'm here today to talk about a piece that's near and dear to my heart about a horror of a different kind from the show The Bear.
Great. And I am Lisa Morton. I write both fiction and nonfiction. Some of my most recent articles have appeared in places like there is a forthcoming book about the work of the director Jack Hill. I have a piece in that about how he made Pam Grier into a star. But in specific related to horror, I will have an examination of Richard Matheson's Hell House and a book called Mathesoniana. And my most recent books include The Art of the Zombie Movie and Calling the Spirits: A History of Seances. I also have a monthly author newsletter that has a lot of fun blogs and posts and things in it. So we're going to start by looking at the horror nonfiction book. And I wanted to specifically start with Lauren on that because her books are great. And tell us a little, Lauren, about how you got interested in cemeteries. I think you are certainly one of the leading experts now on the history of cemeteries, and how you turned that interest into saleable books.
Completely by accident, I guess is the answer. My husband and I were traveling to Europe for the first time during the first Gulf War, and we ended up getting rebooked to England where we had no money, plans, whatever, and stranded there for a week. And one of the things I discovered was Highgate Cemetery, which, it's just this glorious Victorian, at that point, crumbling because it had been abandoned, but it appears in several of the Christopher Lee Dracula movies. So, I mean, it's just an amazing place. And its real history includes vampire hunters running through the cemetery, breaking open tombs and staking corpses. So, yeah, delicious. That led to a column for GothicNet where for every month for about 4 years, I wrote about a cemetery I'd visited. And that led me to assembling them all in a book called Wish You Were Here, which John's company, Western Legends, was kind enough to publish for me. And then after that, I blogged for a long time at cemeterytravel.com. And the editors of Black Dog and Leventhal found me there, wrote me and said, "Hey, would you like to write a book?" Which actually happened. I can't believe it actually happened now, but I wrote them back and said, "Yeah, how about 100 cemeteries to see before you die?" Because those 100 something were very popular titles at the time. And they said, "Yeah, we were thinking exactly along those lines." So that led to 222 cemeteries.
And that you've done other books now, though, as well. And I think you've worked for another big publisher, haven't you?
Yeah, the Morbid Curiosity book was published by Scribner.
Right.
So, yeah.
And how did that one come about?
I had published this magazine for 10 years, in the back bedroom kind of thing. It was confessional essays from people around the world, but it included a lot of horror writers, and I did events at pretty much every world horror for, I don't know, most of that 10 years, where I'd invite people to get up and tell a true story. And I pitched that to an agent. She was the first agent I contacted, and she said yes. It was the second book that she'd sold, and she sold it at auction. So that was another one of those things where that never happens, but I was lucky enough to have that happen.
And having written both fiction, I know you have written a considerable amount of fiction, and nonfiction. How do you approach putting together a fiction book differently from putting together a nonfiction book?
I think the skills you learn doing one apply to another. I think of putting a anthology together as kind of mixing an album. You know, you want the stories to lead one to the next, and you start with something really strong. You don't want the same theme to come up in story after story that are side by side, but it's nice if they call back over the course of the book.
I know I have often talked to friends who are great fiction writers who are looking for new markets to find their way into, and they, for some reason, never consider nonfiction. And I know that when you are looking at fiction articles, and I probably am jumping ahead to my own thing, but if you go to any of the big magazines that are online or that are in print, something like Nightmare Magazine or Clark's World, you will find that their ratio of fiction submissions to nonfiction is about 1,000 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are looking for a good way to break in, sometimes nonfiction is the best route that you can take. And when I talk about this, I say exactly what you just said, which is there really should not be a huge difference, I think, between fiction and nonfiction. In both cases, you're trying to keep a reader entertained. You want them to experience emotions. You're going to start with a beginning, a middle, and an end. You hope things go in the right order to bring those emotions forth. Did you, when you were preparing these books on the cemeteries, did you kind of keep that emotional investment in mind?
For the most recent one, it's chronologic. So I had trouble with the emotional through line until my father died. And that was obviously the last essay in the book. It's about cleaning his grave. My brother's buried in the cemetery, and cleaning the graves in preparation for my dad's funeral. And I knew that had to be the end of the book. And then when I got to that point, I couldn't leave people with, death and grief and all of that. So the last piece in the book is actually an essay on how to be safe in the cemetery. It's straight nonfiction, but I wanted to talk about a lot of the things I've heard over the years. I've never had a bad experience in the cemetery, although I've done a lot of stupid things. But talking to people on the East Coast who have to worry about wild boars or bears or all kinds of creepy creatures, yeah, I wanted to leave the book on that note, kind of an upbeat kind of encouragement for people to go and visit cemeteries on their own.
How did you find working with editors on these books?
The Black Dog book was amazing. She was a cemetery fan, and that was true with Morbid Curiosity too. The editor was a goth at heart, and so they let me do what I liked. They had great suggestions of things that I should consider including. So both of those experiences were amazing.
Very cool. All right, we're going to segue now to John. We're going to talk a little bit about the column, the monthly column, which is something that can pay off. It's interesting to hear you, Lauren, talking about doing monthly columns that led to book deals. So John, tell us a little, I know you just kind of finished a column, but talk a little about what that column was, and then we're going to get into how you come up with new material for that every month.
Right. Well, the most recent column I was doing was called Distant Signals, and the aim was to explore different kind of horror and books from around the world, or maybe right under our foot that you maybe wouldn't have seen publicized as much. So it was a really kind of an interesting deep dive into things like Japanese horror or Mexican horror, or I was working on one on Canadian horror and what differentiates them. And I mean, because we're so American based. And I thought that it would be a really interesting thing to kind of highlight some of those, and not just the main titles in those countries too, like some of the more offbeat titles. And instead of doing 80s horror paperbacks, what about the 90s line? Like the White Wolf and all of those that were going through the 90s that brought us some really interesting writers and reprints from the early 1900s. So I thought that was a really interesting thing to look at, and also explore the culture around that and the world around it, not just the books, but what was creating this kind of work in the culture. So, and I think that these kind of articles are really cool because they challenge you as well. I think it's hard to sometimes, you're thinking, okay, there's only 7 continents. What else can I do? But there's a lot of nuances and a lot of things you can explore within those. And like you said, Lisa, I think these columns, you need to bring all of your tools. You have to bring your A game. I think some people think that you can just wing this stuff off, but it has to be good. It has to be compelling. It has to have all those tropes of story that make people want to keep reading and come back. And yeah, I think they can definitely lead to other opportunities, because if somebody likes these articles, what else you got? Do you write fiction? That they hopefully will look at your other works too. So it's a really interesting field for sure.
And I know you do also a monthly author newsletter, which is almost like doing a monthly column. And I love your newsletter, which is called Dispatches. Everyone should go sign up for John's newsletter. And I know a lot of people might be really interested to hear what goes into a newsletter, because it at this point is almost one of the top 2 or 3 ways I think that a writer can market themselves. And that, for some reason, seems to be particularly important within our horror genre, possibly because there are so many new voices that are out there coming into the genre right now. And you need a kind of platform, a way to separate yourself and say, this is who I am, and look at this. And talk a little about how you keep your newsletter content so fresh and fun.
Well, again, with it's very simple. This was an interesting thing because I think Brian, who was doing the columns, read my newsletter and liked that style, because Dispatches, every month I try to visit somewhere else or explore something different. I'll go to a new graveyard, or I'll go to a weird horror bookstore or something, and kind of feature that in my newsletter. So it's not just a hard sales kind of author newsletter. And these are things that I like that inhabit my world, that I think like-minded people will then hopefully, read some of my stuff too. But even if they don't, I think they're still reading my stuff by reading the newsletter, which is a really cool thing. But yeah, I think that definitely was kind of an audition for that. And I've had other opportunities where people said, I really like the way Dispatches is written. You want to send me something, for this. And it's not even a nonfiction. It might be a short piece or a novella or something. And for me, it is a challenge to find something every month. especially I'm in rural Kentucky now, so I'm not quite as, when I was in LA, it was much easier. I had a list of like 20 things I could do, no problem. And out here, I'm like, how many graveyards can I hit and be interesting? There's not there's not a whole lot going on, but it's still doing what I can, but it's cool.
All right. And Vince, I want to talk to you specifically about horror as personal memoir or personal essay / memoir, because your piece on Donna Burzatto was incredibly moving to most of us. It was highly acclaimed. First, tell us about the piece in particular, and then we'll get into how you went about writing it.
As a lot of people have watched and enjoyed the Hulu series, The Bear, and I was, of course, very excited because, as you see, I am probably known more than my writing, known as the Jamie Lee Curtis superfan of the world. So I was thrilled, of course, when I found out she was going to be on. Come to find out, when we saw the storyline, was kind of had a very visceral, emotional reaction to the episode because it mirrored a lot of what had happened to me when I was growing up, and it kind of moved me to write the piece. And my career, everything has just kind of fallen into line. I've not necessarily gone out for certain things or sought out publishers, and around the time that I wrote it, Eugene Johnson and Eric Guinard had this book coming out with Cemetery Dance called You Are Not Alone in the Dark. And there's been a big push in horror, which I love, with mental health initiatives. The Horror Writers Association launched in 2022. The Health Initiative, Lee Murray, Dave Jeffrey, Mark Matthews, Lauren Elise Daniels, all these people put so much effort into connecting mental health, particularly with horror writers, and just this connection and reducing the stigma. So my piece was, as it was interesting because it's like when you're writing a piece like this, you're writing about a real life horror, and you don't realize as you're writing it, you relive the horror. So as difficult as it was also very cathartic. I was really proud of the piece. I had kind of loved the idea of memoirs and the personal essay. If you remember, back in 2011, I had edited a collection of essays about the slasher genre called Butcher Knives and Body Counts. And I wanted to do something different because all of the slasher collections, were basically film recaps. This is what the film did. This is what the themes were. But I wanted to kind of solicit from the contributors their personal connection to the slasher genre or slasher adjacent. Somebody wrote about their connection growing up and finding the slasher movie tie-in novels on their racks in the grocery store. Somebody wrote about their collection of film soundtracks from slasher films. So it was very varied. So I think that was also, it was always in the back of my head, this kind of affinity for writing the memoir type piece. But I was very grateful. It resonated with a lot of people. A wonderful writer, Scott Edelman, who a lot of you know, really championed the piece. And somehow this little tiny 3,000 word essay wound up on the Bram Stoker ballot last year as a finalist, which was tremendous validation. And it was a really nice, little pinpoint on the essay. But yeah, it was difficult to write, but I think people got something out of it.
And one of the things I loved in the essay was how you connected her performance in The Bear to Laurie from Halloween, and used that through line to show how your life had gone throughout a lot of that.
Well, it was kind of interesting to me because I didn't initially make the connection, but for me, growing up in an abusive household with an abusive mother, Laurie Strode, and not even realizing, Laurie Strode became for me at age 10 a surrogate sister. And the fact that she went on to do all these horror films it was like each horror film was like me just keep connecting with her, and it got me through all those bad times. There was something in her because her characters in all the films were somehow either sisterly or maternal, or she was the best friend, and it really connected. So for 30 something years later, for her to come back to be the one in the storyline on the bear kind of struck me as, when they say there's a reason for everything. And, I've always wondered what was my connection to Jamie Lee Curtis that, as an adult male, I have, still probably could at some point open the, Jamie Lee Curtis Memorial Museum with all the stuff that I've collected over the years. But what was it about that? And I think it, like you said, it did come full circle for me, from the early horror days to that role on the bear. And it all connected to what had happened with my own mom. And it was very, very similar. But it was nice because, again, it put a period on that era in my life. You think as adults we're all very self-aware, and that we've just packed up our trauma so tightly, we put it in these little suitcases and we put it in the attic, but it's still in our house. The attic is still in our house. And this was a really fascinating way for me to look at it through a different lens, where I had learned to accept it and just kind of compartmentalize it. Her performance in that show actually gave me some empathy, because I realized that as much as it hurt and as much damage as it did to me, at the end of the day, she couldn't help it. There was an undiagnosed mental illness. It was in the 80s when these things were not discussed. And it gave me a chance to forgive, which was a gift at age 50 something.
Definitely. If someone was thinking about writing their own kind of essay like that, what kind of advice would you give them?
You have to approach it from a point of genuineness and sincerity. You can't make up a connection. It's either there or it's not. So I would say you really have to, it's one of those happy accidents. I think when you're inspired to write something that's more memoir and horror related, it has to come to you organically. It's not something you could sit and take out the yellow pad like you can a story or an essay or a collection and kind of map it out. It has to hit you. You have to kind of have that moment. And that's what I had during The Bear. It was very emotional and it just hit me. And then it started to fall into place. So I'd say my best piece of advice is it has to be organic. It has to come to you at a very genuine, honest moment, because people will relate to the honesty, and they'll, I think, recognize the dishonesty if you try to, make something up, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And I think it must also ironically involve a certain amount of fearlessness.
Well, that's what they say, horror is. It's our way of coping with, external fears. And this was, I guess, an internal fear. And it was a way of exercising a demon in a way. So it's really all very related.
Thank you. And I am going to talk a little about something we haven't addressed yet here, which is research. When you are doing nonfiction, you are certainly likely to be more involved with research than you are with fiction. I mean, most of us write fiction that involves some level of research. But it's funny, I was talking to a writer the other day who was a wonderful writer, and I asked him why he hadn't done nonfiction, and he said, well, it's too much research. I personally love research. To me, it's a treasure hunt. You go in, look, you have a question in your mind and you want to find the history of that or an answer to it or more about it. I will just give everyone a couple of quick tips here on researching your nonfiction piece if you are writing something like a magazine article or if you are laying into a full-length book. I love archive.org is a great place to start. It is a collection of digitized text from all over the world and all throughout history. You can go there and you can find the complete text of things published in the 19th or even the 18th century. They have a very good search engine there, so you don't have to weed through a lot of different things. Be sure that you use the advanced search function, and be sure that you are searching only text, and you will come up with a lot of great stuff right off the bat. Another place that I like is called hathitrust.org. That is also a collection of digitized text, but they focus mainly on magazines and periodicals there. And I also love going to the Internet Science Fiction Database, isfdb.org. One of the great things there is that I will occasionally just browse their front page. When their front page comes up, they give you a list of authors who have been born on today's date and who have died on today's date. If I see an old author name in there I don't know, I will click on it, go look to see what they've read, and then read some of their stuff. I've actually found some amazing authors that way, because I also edit collections of classic or public domain literature. And so that's one of my little research tips there. Also, of course, Google can be your friend, but I will caution everyone to be wary of that because of the use now of AI. We are all aware that AI will now pop up at the top of your Google search and give you a rundown, and maybe it's accurate and maybe it's not. I would definitely say that if you are using those, be sure to check your sources. I mean, that is a number one rule of research anyways. I know when I was writing the Halloween Encyclopedia, which I think was my first major nonfiction book about 20 years ago, I would find things that were commonly accepted wisdom, and when I would search the sources, it turned out they had been misquoted, sometimes for centuries. So always double check your sources. That applies, I think, to whether you're writing a magazine article, a column, a book, whatever. It's just a general good rule of thumb. I should say that also applies to if you're researching your fiction. So I think that gives us kind of a basic grounding on what we are all kind of experts in here. I want to open this up to some kind of general discussion among everyone now. Let's talk about approaching fiction differently from nonfiction, and maybe even that. How do you get into the story from the beginning? Do you outline, for example? How do you keep track of research, depending on whether it's fiction or nonfiction? Does that vary? I mean, I know myself, if I'm doing a novel, I outline. If I'm doing a nonfiction book, I outline more. And I keep little folders of all of my nonfiction notes. Quite often when you are assembling a nonfiction work, you also have to provide the illustrations. That's something that is not going to be the case in fiction. So I actually will keep a little folder on my desktop of illustration materials for whatever I'm working on. And by the way, you should also be fairly conversant in the rules regarding public domain. If you are getting into any of this kind of stuff, you may want to use long excerpts, you may want to use illustrations. Just make sure that you know where the cutoff is for copyright date. I think it is currently anything prior to 1929 is in the public domain, and you can use it. You don't have to, for example, try to figure out how to track down the artist of a work that was done in, say, 1903. You are free to use that work or to excerpt that text in something. So anyways, let's talk a little about that difference when you're first getting started writing fiction or nonfiction. John, why don't you go ahead and start that off?
Yeah, I'm like you, and I love research. I love it, and there's probably nothing better in my world than real life research. Going somewhere and, you know, finding an obscure kind of library, or, recently in this town I moved to, going to their historical society and them opening these great big ledgers of when all the properties were first put up and seeing all the owners and the land charts and everything. To me, that is just unbelievable to be able to see that. And they even have logs of the cemeteries, as well as like who was interred when and who did all the work and everything. To me, I love that stuff. I do that all day, but you can quickly spiral into that, and that's my biggest problem is over researching and knowing when to like start writing and what to use. I for years I've been doing the scroll thing with headers and on like a Word document and just using that, and like my end is research and then I'll have it subdivided. Now Google Docs has these great tabs per document, so you can put stuff in different tabs, which cleans it up. And for me, a lot of it is exploratory writing. So I will do some free writing and then do research and then see what applies. And I try to find the same elements I do in a story. What's the beginning, middle, and end? What's the hook? Sometimes it's not apparent, sometimes it is. So I use all those fiction tools when writing an article, hopefully successfully. So I think like knowing those things is really important. And going back to, I'm a big believer in going right back to, the basics of composition, what, who, where, why, when, and how, right? I put those in the beginning of a document and I say, did I cover all these? And if I didn't, was it on purpose? And that's kind of like my process. And honestly, probably 25% of what I research will end up into a finished article. There's an awful lot of stuff that doesn't. And I'm like, I wish I could put this, but then you're going to have, a 20-page article.
Do you ever find use for that material that you don't actually put into the article?
Sometimes. Sometimes I could use it for a fiction piece or something later, if I'm doing a follow-up with something, but often I just figure it's personal enrichment stuff. Which is okay too.
It's preparation for Jeopardy.
Yes, that is it. That is what it all is leading to, Vince. Yes.
we totally need Horde Jeopardy now. I think that, we'd win. I'm sorry, but how about you, Vince? How do you do a lot of outlining on these things?
Oh God, I'm going to date myself. I am still, despite the plethora of technology out there, I am still an index card guy. I will still, whether it's a short story, novel, anthology, or, the personal essay, I'm still, as you were saying, the goal is to entertain. The goal is to move somebody. So I'm still doing, the salient points, each index card, moving them around. Okay, maybe this will flow better if it's up, I still visually have to see it. I know there's computer programs that do that. I'm just old and stubborn. So I'm still the index card guy.
What about you, Lauren?
I'm a huge fan of Scrivener. Scrivener allows you to make files or folders for each subject, and you can put your drafts in there, you can put your research in there, everything's in one place. And I don't write things in order. I mean, even the nonfiction, I don't write in order. And so it's really nice in Scrivener to be able to haul huge portions of text someplace else. But I do a lot of my research on eBay, especially for finding historic things about cemeteries. That's the best place. There's just this amazing variety of stuff available. A lot of the stuff in 222 cemeteries was because I needed to find out, what's the tourist cemetery in North Dakota. So I'd go on eBay and see who had postcards for their cemetery available. One of the things that I would like to do is I have this vast collection of cemetery postcards, and I'd really like to have a book because they talk a lot about the images, talk a lot about how American history has changed in conception over the years and stuff like that. But I've run into what's public domain. And, I'd like to include a lot of the postcards from the 50s when, there were very distinct definitions of what it was to be an American, but that's not public domain now. And so finding the rights to who took the photographs, who published the photographs has been daunting.
And I know one of the things that probably you and I in particular run up against is both public domain and fair use. And I know that fair use is something that is very confusing even to me now. I have written a couple of film books, and when I was dealing with film books, my publisher had a bizarre definition of fair use, which was we can't use more than 2 stills from any particular film.
Wow.
So yeah, fair use is one of those things. I think in terms of text, fair use is very specific. It says something like 300 words. So yeah, that's another thing that a writer probably should familiarize themselves with if they are looking at a long form thing that is going to involve a lot of more modern history, especially. And I'm really interested in the idea that you don't start at the beginning. Do you start at the beginning, or do you start in the middle, or how does that work?
Well, it depends on what I'm doing. You know, if it's a personal essay and it's chronologic, then yes, I start at the beginning. But I'm a discovery writer, and so when I'm writing a novel, I write what appeals to me, and then I like to puzzle piece it all together. And I'm similar to that when I do the nonfiction. Is I write the pieces that speak to me first, and then I write the connective tissue. You know, I think you have to either outline or just begin writing to know what you need to research. You know, if you do the research first, then like John was saying, it fills all your available time. You know, there's no end to how much research you can do, but how much should you do? And I think either having an outline or a zero draft or whatever allows you to kind of figure out what your questions are so you can focus on those.
It's interesting that all 4 of us, I think, have different technologies that we're using. We have index cards, Scrivener, Google Docs, and I'm a Microsoft Word person. I just do a simple Word document that is my outline when I start. And I will actually even print that out and just like tape it on the wall next to my workspace, that kind of thing, and refer to that pretty often just to keep myself focused. But hearing you mention drafts brings me to the question of how much does your work change as you are working through the drafts of these things? Vince, did you have any different version of your essay? For example, did it change during drafts, or was it pretty much always what you wanted?
I have this. I'm a slow writer. So I tend to write very cleanly. I have very few situations where I go back and I really revise something dramatically. Particularly with the personal essay, it kind of, as long as I know the starting point, the point I'm trying to make at the end, or the big universal truth, how I get there is my first draft is pretty much the final draft.
What about you, John?
You know, it really depends. With the columns, it's such a fast turnaround. I barely have time to get one draft and a quick personal copy edit done. With some of the longer pieces, I have been able to go back in. I prefer to do more drafts because you can let things simmer, and you can really play around with form a little bit more. But yeah, I think personally, I would love to do more whenever possible. I wish I was more like Vince, where I can get it out the first time cleanly, but my brain doesn't work like that. It's usually like I get everything out and then I've got to walk away and let it kind of grow and move around, and move the puzzle pieces around a little bit until it looks good to me, and revise language. And doing that, you have to revise some of the language throughout. Sometimes I'll play with tense. Does first person work for this? Does third person work? So yeah, it can be intense. Given no timeline, it's intense for me, but that's probably a good thing. If I have you got 20 days to get this to go, it's probably smarter.
How about you, Lauren? Do you find that your stuff changes over these drafts?
It does, especially when writing about cemeteries, because it's super easy to fall into, this happened and that happened, and using passive voice because they're all in the ground, right? There, it's all very past tense. So trying to find a way to liven things up, I have to get the text down first, and then I can look at it and say, oh, wait, I've only written about white men. There's got to be somebody else buried in the cemetery. So yeah, it changes quite a bit from first draft to final.
Interesting. We should probably mention too a little about the difference between indie or self-publishing and traditional publishing. If you are indie or self-publishing your book, which Lauren, I think you have done with a couple of viewers, how does that process work in terms of, do you go out and hire an editor to look at your finished book, or?
I do. I have one that I really like, who's very meticulous. She's not good at catching research, so the research is all on me, and any of the mistakes in the research are mine. But she's super good about making sure things, somebody's eyes who are, somebody's got brown eyes in the first chapter has brown eyes all the way through the book, that kind of thing. She's really good at catching those where I wander off. And I think that's money well spent. I mean, I really think you need to have another pair of eyes with a trained brain behind it to go over your work. You can't just wing it on your own. Especially with nonfiction, it really requires having somebody else who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I know. In terms of traditional publishing, my editors have been crucial, I think, in that, exactly in that. They have caught things that I missed in my research, or they would say, wait, are you sure you attributed this right? And I have been very lucky in that my books have not required a ton of like restructuring kind of editing. But a good editor catches so many of those things that you miss. I mean, there's just no such thing as a perfect first draft, I think. That an editor is something I would certainly highly recommend. Anyone who is considering self-publishing, even a short piece, should probably look at hiring a good editor to go over that. Let's talk a little bit about, is it possible to write genuinely frightening nonfiction, since we are horror writers and the theme of this particular panel is horror nonfiction? John, have you ever written anything that you considered to be genuinely frightening nonfiction?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big difference is that you're not worrying about suspending disbelief that you would in fiction. When you're writing nonfiction, this stuff really happened. And some of it can get you into some really dark and really scary territories. Whenever you're reading fiction, you kind of know way deep back, no matter how good the writer, this is made up. But when you're reading nonfiction, you're writing, even like a true crime thing. That stuff scares me more than anything. And for me, like I wrote a piece recently about an experience I had that was, a real life, a murder situation, and it was probably the hardest thing I've ever had to write, because I've been putting it off for decades, and it's just scared me to death. Just going back there and the realizing the real repercussions and realizing what really could happen. And other than that, I've written other pieces that have gone into things like that. I wrote some stuff about, like when my son almost died, from a brain aneurysm and stuff. And that to me was also really scary, to go back there and to really get those emotions right and to really do it without, it's a fine balance, because when does it become diary and when does it become nonfiction? And I think that's a hard kind of balance to find too. And I think the best nonfiction does that well. There's enough of a diary aspect, but there's also the research. And I think that's one of the other things you have to combine really successfully. You have to really get all of your ducks in a row in that regard too, or it can come off as, just kind of more of a salacious sort of a thing.
I know, Lauren, many of the morbid curiosity things were genuinely very frightening.
That was interesting to do when I was editing the magazine. I didn't know these people, and so I'm trusting them to tell me their truths. And we often went back and forth enough in the editing that their stories either fell apart or they were consistent all the way through. But I had a number of serial killer run-ins in the magazine. There are a lot of people running around in the world who are dangerous and not well, I guess. But those pieces were really scary to me. How, your roommate may appear to be normal. How do you know until you're living there? And then suddenly he's, coming home and washing blood down the drain at 3 a.m. Yeah, I think nonfiction in particular has the challenge that the editor, if it's a personal essay, the person who's written it survived to tell the tale. But that doesn't make it any less frightening in the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I do a weekly podcast called The Ghost Report. And podcasting is another form of nonfiction writing that we can touch on very briefly here. One of the things that I do with this podcast is I actually try to make them scary. And I am recalling usually a story from history about a famous haunting, or I might be talking about a haunted place. And these podcasts are very short. They run around, 3 to 5 minutes each. But I structure those like I would a piece of fiction. So I tell you a little about the history, and then I build in the tales of, who's supposed to be haunting this place, and here are the things people report, and usually try to find some way to have a little climax in there. And it's interesting that we have a couple of people here who have edited nonfiction collections. So as an editor, Vince, let's talk first about Butcher Knives and Body Counts, your slasher collection. And you've also worked, by the way, as an award-winning fiction editor. And what are you looking for when you are getting in pieces for a nonfiction anthology?
Well, I think John hit the nail on the head when he talked about relatability. It's got to be something that you can, as an editor, envision that the reader is going to relate to. The story of, coming home and feeling like somebody's behind you or watching you, or, seeing that car across the street. Those are very real life, relatable things in a nonfiction kind of arena that can really chill a reader. So I think especially when I was looking with Butcher Knives and Body Counts, I was looking for something that was going to appeal to the reader that they may have experienced. When I put that collection together, we were just entering that era where all of a sudden, all of the 80s garbage became this incredible sense of fondness and nostalgia. And everybody was, all of a sudden had these golden attributes that nobody saw in the 80s. But in the 2000s, all of a sudden, films like Final Exam were, like Oscar winning, have these Oscar winning attributes. So I was looking for something in each piece that the reader could relate to and kind of connect with, like a universal type connection to it.
And what about you, Lauren? I also would love to hear if there's anything that you saw a lot of that just killed a submission instantly for you.
That's a good question. One of the hardest issues I put together, I got inundated with suicide attempt stories. And I knew, all these people are fragile. They've all passed the worst moment of their life, I hope. But I couldn't publish 7 suicide stories. I couldn't do that to my reader. And I was really, like Vince said, very aware of what the effect on the reader was going to be. I didn't want to traumatize anyone who was reading the magazine. So that was a challenge. How do you reject something that is so personal and painful? And I just enlisted them as co-editors. I can't, you understand that I can't publish all of these stories, and your story has touched my heart, and I really connected to this. And so if there's anything I can do for you, let me know. But it was difficult. And I had a piece once the magazine was published and reviewed in zine, there used to be a lot of zine review zines. I guess that I don't know how to put that. But anyways, they would send free copies into prisons, and once the prisoners saw it, they really wanted to tell their stories. And so I got a couple of stories from prisoners that I couldn't in good conscience publish. One of them was a guy who had killed people to impress a girl. And she didn't know anything about him until she was called onto the stand during his trial. You know, she was not only not impressed, she was completely unaware of this guy. And he was graphic about killing people, what it was like to stab people. And I, you know, again, how do you reject somebody who's handy with a knife? But I just told him the truth and was honest about it. You know, the effect it had on me as I read the piece. I'd seen it and I understood his truth, and I knew he was taking his meds then, but, you know, I didn't know when he was getting out. And we corresponded for a while. He sent me Christmas cards for a while. But, you know, it was a piece that I wrote about afterward, but I didn't feel like I'd actually published the piece itself.
Wow. Yeah, responsibility is something that I always feel as a writer in both fiction and nonfiction. It never actually occurred to me that is something that you would have to deal with as an editor. That's kind of terrifying. Let's talk about selling some of this work. Do you find that it is easier to sell your nonfiction than your fiction? What about you, John?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely it's an easier route for sure. Like you mentioned, there are a lot of markets that are starved for good nonfiction right now. And I think that's yeah. The other thing that I think is interesting, that I have a much higher success ratio of them actually paying without any incident. Usually they're paying sometimes before I even send them something. You know, they'll send like, oh, here's, you know, do it. And it's like, whoa, really? So I think it's a great thing to get into, if you know, and try to do. Yeah, absolutely.
How about you, Vince?
Yeah, I think the nonfiction has certainly, for me, been easier to sell. I've been invited to more projects on nonfiction than short fiction, which may just be a byproduct of my output and my work as an editor. But I tend to have more success there.
You, Lauren, what do you think?
Oh, it's much easier. As you said, a lot of places are starved for nonfiction. And so if you can figure out what it is that they're interested in and pitch directly to them, my hit ratio is much, much higher than the fiction stories.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I do pretty well with horror short fiction, short stories, but in terms of books, I definitely, as anyone looking at my credit list would see, have scored much higher with nonfiction than I have with fiction, I think. Let's talk a little bit about some horror nonfiction that we have loved. Something in particular that you have read that really hit you? How about you, Lauren?
Oh, I want to mention Dark Archives, which is Megan Rosenblum's book about books bound in human skin, which you know, she handles it very sensitively, but I just find the whole concept of people skinning other people and tanning their hides and binding books with them horrific. And she's part of a project that is traveling around to different archives and running chemical tests to prove whether these books are actually human leather or not. And in most cases, they're not. But I just find that book is delicious.
Oh, I'm putting that down on my want list. How about you, Vince? What have you read that you've really enjoyed?
Well, actually, I just went back and revisited a favorite. I had gotten an invitation from editor Tom Cardamone. He's doing a book with Rebel Santori Press called Books in the Wake of Wild, which is a collection of books that influence the way that you maybe have looked at Oscar Wilde. And I found the horror connection, which of course is a dear friend of yours, David.
Yes.
Late David. So I've revisited his award-winning book that I'm going to contribute to this Oscar Wilde collection of essays. So I've been really enjoying this because this was a great read, and now years later, it's an even better read.
I am going to further that and say that David J. Scow's The Monster Show is one of my all-time favorite nonfiction reads. Mr. Scow sadly passed away a few years ago, but his work remains must read, I think, for people who are interested in the history of horror. And The Monster Show in particular, really, I have quoted it many times. It's well worth a read. And what about you, John?
Well, I'm going to keep it in the family here and say that Morbid Curiosity meant a lot to me for a long time. When I first read that book, it blew my mind that there was, and some of the magazines I was able to acquire, it blew my mind that this existed. And it actually was very therapeutic and was very helpful. And I think that's one of the things that horror nonfiction really can do well. I think it can offer that sort of a platform, not just for the writer, but for the reader too. And, I think in Morbid Curiosity, it literally lived up to its name because, there's things we're wondering a lot. And is it Mary Roach who is doing the books now about bodies and things like that, which are also excellent. But I think it takes that stigma and fear out of, death and other things macabre away, and you can deal with it more practically and less emotionally in a lot of ways, and kind of address those sorts of things. And it's actually, I find it a very healthy way to address that part of life, which is death. So I still carry that fondly.
It's a great book for sure. We are down to our last couple of minutes, so we are going to spend this on our gratuitous blatant self-promotion and talk about what we are working on right now. John, why don't you start us off?
Well, I think we just wrapped up the articles for Distant Signals, and I do have some new material coming out. I'm working on the next dispatches, so definitely check that out. johnpalisano.com. You can do that. That's what I got coming.
All right. Hey, how about you, Vince?
In addition to the Wild piece, I'm just working on one or two invite pieces, and then I'm still promoting my first poetry collection from Raw Dog Screaming Press, Demo Reels and Art House Madness, which again explores my connection to film and through my life, this time through poetry.
It's a great book, I will add. And Lauren, what are you working on?
I'm wrapping up the editing of a new edition of Morbid Curiosity. The last issue of the magazine was published in 2006, so it's been 20 years. And I've always wanted to do one final. So this is people that I've invited to contribute. It's such a great issue. I can't wait for people to see it, and I'm planning to kickstart it in April.
Yay.
Great.
Definitely, I'll be sharing that. And I am working on a new nonfiction book, which is due in October, and I am chewing my fingernails down over whether I'm going to make that deadline. The book is called My Name is Legion, The Strange and Terrifying History of Demonic Possession. It will be my fourth book with a company called Reaction Books. I've done Trick or Treat, A History of Halloween, Ghost, A Haunted History, and Calling the Spirits, A History of Seances with them. And you can also find me at lisamorton.com. And by the way, I am also available to answer questions. If you have a question on any of what we've talked about today, it's very simple to reach out to me, Lisa lisamorton.com. I would love to hear from you. And I think we are now just about out of time. So thank you to Lauren and to Vince and to John for joining me, and to everyone who is tuned in via the BookFest. And happy nonfiction writing, everyone.
Hi, I'm Becky Parker Geist. I'm the CEO and founder of Pro Audio Voices and Amplify Audiobooks. And I'm so excited to be with you today because we have some extraordinary, exciting news and updates in the audiobook world, specifically around audiobook distribution and marketing, and ways that you as authors can connect with your audiences in ways that have just not been available before. So let's jump right in and take a look at what's going on at Amplify Audiobooks. So first of all, just to set the stage, the problem that we were seeing in the world of audiobooks was that authors earn low royalties and have no pricing control, have no access to know who their customers even are, and there's no community that is really available readily. So we all work hard to build communities in different ways, but it's really challenging because the platforms themselves that are distributing our content don't make it easy. In fact, they make it really, really difficult. Now, why is that? It's because those platforms, such as your typical retail audiobook platforms, they're built for corporate profits. They're not really built for authors or author success. We saw that problem and we thought, there's got to be a better way. And so what we did is we took a look at what if the platform, the audiobook distribution platform, what if it worked for authors instead? Actually worked for them, not just used their content. So here's what we created at Amplify Audiobooks. Typically, the same sale of like this exact same audiobook, exact same price on one platform versus what you can earn with that same sale on Amplify Audiobooks is typically 2 to 4 times the royalties compared to what those other platforms pay out. You start adding that up over multiple sales, and it's a huge, huge difference. So you're getting that financial support, which I think is what you deserve. Every author deserves to be able to earn from the work that they're doing. And you have full pricing control. On other platforms, you can suggest, not on all platforms, on most other audiobook platforms, you can enter a manufactured suggested retail price, an MSRP. And some platforms will take that price. But you don't have any control whether they do or they don't. And some platforms don't even ask. They're just going to price it however they want. Here, you have full pricing control. And you get to know who your listeners are. And that is really important. We're going to talk more about that. And then you have these built-in marketing tools right into the platform to make it easy for you because we know how challenging it is. So we're looking at ways and have created a system to encourage community engagement. So let's take a look at what's going on over here. Now, I will preface all of this with the fact that the slides I'm showing you today are actually being recorded right before the launch of the platform, which is now live when you're hearing this. So some of these may not look exactly the same, but it will be very close. And all the tools that I'm describing are going to be available. So taking a quick look at the dashboard, one of the first things we have are these quests. This is a way for us to sort of gamify, make it so much more fun and easy for you to move forward with your marketing on a consistent basis. And then we have sales highlights. So you get a quick view of what's going on with your audiobooks. Over here on the right, we have some quick actions. These are actions that are almost always relevant to where you are with your marketing, and you can use them at various times. One of the big ones is inviting people and also spotlighting your audiobook. We're going to talk more about that in just a minute. And then let's move on to the community. So this is my community at a glance. You start to see some things here. Followers. That's not something you have available on other platforms, being able to have followers. Reflections is something we're going to talk more about. Very exciting. And events right in the platform to support your marketing efforts. Let's take a look at, there's one other thing I wanted to note. My notepad. We all have those little reminders, those little to-do lists for ourselves, and it's so easy to have them get lost in a pile of papers or in a notebook. And here, we're just making it easy for you to take notes for yourself. Let's take a quick look at my audiobooks. All right, here you're going to have a list of, now if you just have one, totally fine. You'll have one audiobook, but there are some really exciting things that are possible for you. There are different ways that you can amplify your audiobook. We'll talk about that when we get into the marketing workshop. Prompts. This is something not available anywhere else, where you as an author, you may want to raise a question, have your listeners think about something that's not written in the text of the book, so it's not in the audio of the audiobook, but it's something, it might be questions at the end of a chapter. It might be, some comment on a particular scene that you wrote. It's like little notes from the author, built right into the timeline of the audiobook. There will be the opportunity for adding rich media. What do I mean by that? Let's say your book has images, photos perhaps, and obviously in audio, we're not going to see those pictures, and many times we'll describe them depending on the particular image and what it's representing in the manuscript. But here we have a way to either, you could add a picture right in the media timeline. Imagine you're a fantasy author with a map of your fantasy world, and you can build that right in for your listeners to take a look. It might be a short video. It could be a PDF. There's all kinds of possibilities for what can happen with this rich media. Then we have a tagline, which is basically an additional opportunity, sort of a quick log line for your book. Many times as authors, we will add something beyond the title or subtitle on the cover image, and that is the kind of opportunity we're creating here. It's yet another way to help us get the message to our potential customers as to what we're what our book is about, and to get them excited about it. Now, when we, okay, let's see. We can go into this real quickly, just to give you an idea. You'll see more detailed information, including testimonials that have been written. These are mostly editorial testimonials. You have listener reviews, and you can see your chapters. All right, let's go over to my community and take a quick look over there. Here we have your collaborators. So this is something to think about when you're marketing your audiobook. As an author, wouldn't it be nice to have some people who are helping you, with the marketing process? Well, if you think about it and you've had a narrator, one or more narrators working on your project, they also have a real interest in getting the work out there. So when we take a look at this community section. It is including your collaborators and how they are collaborating with you. They're narrators or co-authors, any number of possibilities. All right. And then obviously your customers, it's pretty intuitive and explanatory, self-explanatory. Your followers, here again, as I mentioned, author or other members of the Amplify community can follow you as an author, and here you'll be able to understand and see who those folks are. And my book clubs. You have the opportunity to host a book club, and that's a great way to do both some cross promotion with other authors and also to help your followers get to know you. These are not just collections of a genre within a genre, which is what other platforms offer in terms of a book club, but those resemble nothing like what we mean when we say book club, where real people are meeting in real time and actually talking about the audiobooks that they're listening to. That's what we're building with my book clubs. And then I wanted to cover one more thing in here with the reflections. You'll see here an average number of reflections per customer. Something that is very exciting, both for listeners and for, well, here, let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so when you go into an audiobook to listen, there's something really cool called reflections. This is like a built-in personal journal, and they're all time-stamped. So if you're listening along and you think, "Oh my gosh, I love that scene. That is so," or whatever you're thinking, or maybe it's, "Oh, that makes me think about the time when I," whatever. So you have these opportunities and you have these ideas. You can write them right in here. They'll stay connected to your timeline. You can keep them personal, private, or you can share them with the other people who are listening to the audiobook and the author and the narrator. And you will be able to tag the author or narrator. So if you have a question, that is a cool way to get an answer to your question right about the very specific audiobook that you are listening to. If you turn to the community tab, you will get to see other people's thoughts as you come up to them in the timeline. No spoilers, but you can see what other people are thinking about and talking about, writing about when you use that feature there. And then here we talked about the author prompts, and people can, when you're listening, can create bookmarks, which are different from the reflections, but you might want to just bookmark a place and label it. So those are some possibilities there that I wanted to share. That's so groundbreaking. So I wanted to let you understand what this is all about. Why did we do this? We're doing this largely because when we have shared experiences, and in this case, the shared experience of an audiobook, whether you're the author, the narrator, some other, an editor, or any of your listeners, we're having this shared experience around this content. What a great way, and the best way, I think, to build community and relationships with each other. So we're building that in because we see the great value of people coming together around audiobooks. And then let's just take a look at the marketing workshop. I've been president of Bay Area Independent Publishers Association for over 10 years now. So I have become have an intimate understanding, also as an author myself, an intimate understanding of the challenges that we face as authors with our marketing efforts, regardless of format. Here, we're building in easy tools to help you with your audiobook marketing. So one is feature placements. You know how you'll see featured audiobooks on other platforms, and you might think, how do I get there? Well, you don't have any agency to get yourself into those placements on the other platforms. But on Amplify, you do. You can feature yourself. You can feature a title, one of your books. You could feature yourself as an author. And then we also have seasonal features, which are like themed features that are based on what the month it is and what the theme of that month is. So there are different ways to feature yourself. You can also, in a sense, get a feature simply by putting your book on sale so that it ends up in the bargain box area for people who are coming to, look for their next listen. And then we talked about control. Here, you can create any kind of discount codes that you want. These are so important and valuable tools that we can use, especially in scenarios. For example, if you're presenting to a group and you want to offer to the group a discount of some kind, it doesn't have to be 100% off, which is all the other platforms will offer. And even then, I think there's only about one that will do it when you request. And then having your own author page. That author page is something that where you can update your profile, your bio, you can add media, you can add a welcome video so people can get to know you a little bit better. Again, we're very people focused. And there is much more coming, and later in this year, and not in that hasn't immediately launched. But we will be adding podcasts and ebooks, so that listeners can utilize those as a way to keep growing. So I encourage you to join the Amplify Audiobooks movement. We are really trying to make a big difference in the world for authors and for listeners to really have a way to come together as a community around audiobooks. And you joining the movement, you can help shape that culture. You can increase your own visibility. Be a leader in the movement. So let's amplify your voice. I would love it if you would like to join one of our focus groups. The best way to do it is just follow this link. That's bit.ly/ampfocus. And let us know what features you're most excited about. And if there are features that you're not seeing and would like, we'd love to hear it. So thanks again so much for joining me. I'm Becky Parker Geist, CEO and founder of Amplify Audiobooks and Pro Audio Voices.
Okay, hi, I'm Dr. Tania Davis, and I'd like to just take you through a journey, my recent journey actually, of opening a bookstore. In 2025, I basically hit pause and reassess what is it that I really wanted to do. I've been a C-suite for over 20 years, and I've led HR operations in amazing organizations. And I kind of got to a crossroads of, what do I really want to do when I grow up? And I decided to take a leap of faith and open a bookstore. Yep, you heard it correctly, a bookstore. And I want to talk to you about, the whole transition of moving out of corporate, especially a C-suite job, into being an entrepreneur. So I changed shoes. I like to say I changed my shoes from my corporate to entrepreneurship. And I opened a bookstore. And before I opened the bookstore, I really took the time to do my homework. I did a SWOT analysis over 50 different bookstores. I traveled across the US and I traveled abroad. So I eat, pray, love books, I like to say. And I really analyzed what makes a good bookstore, what makes a good experience, and how does one bookstore really serve a community through a bookstore. And there lies the journey of opening Beyond the Book, a literary experience. So in October, I opened a bookstore in Homewood, Illinois. And in the bookstore, I also have a podcast studio. And so my intention is to have everything literary, from writing a book for illustrators and for podcasters. Everyone can find a place here. And it also serves the community. I have different book signings and workshops for those that want to write. And through this process, which is really interesting for authors, and I think this is really important for authors to know, I've seen a lot of different writing styles and writing approaches that authors are taking to connect with bookstores. So I've come to realize, wow, it's one thing to write a book, but getting them out on the different shelves is a whole different task. And so, I encourage authors that come to the bookstore to make sure they have everything for that bookstore to carry their books, to make it as easy as possible, right? Having, what I call a bio sheet, so that we know how to contact you and who is your publisher, and a little bit of write-up of who you are is so important. Sometimes people just drop off a book and then I don't know how to follow up with them, and I don't know anything about them. And then I'm having to, take time to kind of research this person. And when you're a new bookstore, time is just so limited. So I encourage authors to really take the time to put together a little, just one page or bio sheet of who they are, something about their book, and why that bookstore should carry their materials, and then also include where to contact them. And if you have social media, that's always good too, because we're always looking at how do we partner? What does that partnership look like? And then two, it's just a good way to connect. And so that's one thing that, I try to support authors that way. Also running a bookstore, pulling in my corporate experience as well. And, there are a lot of lessons learned along the way that, I'm connecting into. And the fun part of this is I'm working with a lot of the publishers and meeting new authors, and also trying to connect new authors with the community at large that I serve here in Homewood, Flossmoor. So, that's one aspect of it. The other part of it too is, which is so much fun, I'm working with a lot of creatives that are wanting to write books, children's books in particular. There's a large influence here of writers for children's books. And so understanding storytelling and what does that look like for the different age groups is very exciting to see. One of the things that, and I was sharing this with someone else earlier, that I'm hearing from the parents, and this might be helpful to some of the authors that are writing children's books, that I hear from the parents, is that, of course, there's this huge gravitation towards graphic novels. However, they enjoy storytelling where there's not, more than 3 paragraphs on a page, because they're trying to connect the picture to the story, and they're looking for kind of more the artistic, side of the storytelling with the words. And really the art is what draws them in. Surprise, surprise. But they're looking for the creativity and the artistic side. And, I've kind of known that, but I'm hearing that more and more because of AI. And some of the parents are wanting to see more of the authentic artistic work, and not always AI. And so I thought I would share that a little bit with you, because I know I'm seeing more and more AI, and I'm also hearing from the parents that are wanting to experience the authenticity of the artistic work, and not always through just AI. So I'm looking for that aspect when books are brought into my store, because again, I'm providing a service to the community. So, that's something too that I've kind of looked for when people bring books into the store. I put together a team actually of 5 individuals to help me review the books that are being shared by local authors. And we put together kind of a check sheet of what the readers in the community are looking for. And it's a great way to get others involved and hear through different voices how stories, they want to see stories told. And in that check sheet that we use, we look for, of course, the creativity, we look for the plot, we look for the storyline. How does the story evolve? Does it take you straight to the punchline, or is there, a pacing to it? Pace is very important, and the development of the characters is very important. And I got to tell you, this team takes it very seriously. And it has literally taken on a life of its own. And so we're having a lot of fun with that because we're able to provide feedback to some of the authors who really appreciate us taking the time to thoughtfully give them feedback to either fine tune or know that they hit it out the park. So it's another way to connect in and encourage writing. A lot of my focus is around literacy and working with a lot of the different nonprofit organizations, and how we can better educate and continue cultivating the next generation of writers, which is so important. So I run different workshops and work with a lot of the authors as well, to work with the next generation of writers. And so some of that is in the form of junior high school students, some is in the form of high school. So the other partnership to that is I'm working with the teachers as well. Teachers have a hard job. Let me just tell you, y'all have a hard job if there are any out there. And so I'm partnering with the teachers as well to see how I can support the different initiatives that they are executing in their schools, so that, the workshop I have, whether it's how to write poetry or what have you, they're teaching the mechanics of it. And the kids are able to have poetry slams and spoken words here in the bookstore. I designed my bookstore, by the way. I didn't talk about the design, but if you're looking on the website, please do. But I designed the store so it's it's a bookstore, but it's also an event space. And it has space for book signings, for things like a spoken word as well, where an audience could come in. And so I really want the kids to come in and kind of feel literature in many different aspects and engage with it in different ways. And it's so exciting to see, when someone purchases a book, especially from local authors and poets, and they then too try to write their side of poetry. What does that look like? And what is it, how does it make someone feel when they speak the words from the paper? And that's just really exciting to see. And so that's another area that, we're exploring. And, it's interesting when I look back at my corporate life, there's so many aspects of it, I think, that have prepared me for this place. And every day there's learning, but every day there's also the unfolding of watching things evolve and grow and develop from a strategy. And one thing I will say in any business as an entrepreneur is to have a strategy. That is just so important. And to watch that, as this is executing and unfolding in the community, how they're responding to it. Another thing too for authors, and I too am an author, so I have a soft spot for authors, and I'm always trying to help everybody get their stuff out. I have a dedicated bookcase just for locals, where they can showcase their books, and I allow them to come in for book signings, and also for panel discussions and to talk through their writing process. And I think that part is very important. I have a cohort of sorts where I invite authors in, they can share information. And one of the things that I hear a lot is the marketing aspect. How do you get your book out? How do you use social media? And, it's hard to do. And that's the one aspect that I hear that a lot of authors are struggling with in the store. So I can tell you, as a bookstore owner, The marketing aspect is so important because when you have your book signings, it's hard to have a signing if people don't know who you are or if they don't know that you've launched a book. So what I've shared with authors where I've seen some have huge success is that they kind of start this campaign prior to launching their book. And if they don't have an audience, they start building an audience saying, hey, there's a countdown, this is happening, and I'm writing a book about fantasy, and this is why it's so important, for you to know about my book. And so they kind of build their own hype, and doing so, the audience then gets excited along with them. And when they have their book signing, there's a nice following that shows up. And then that's the first phase. The second is, taking it from there. How do you continue engaging with folks as you continue writing other literature is really important. So, I think the whole aspect of writing books and socializing, social media has really played a strong part of this. It has a strong footing for authors if they know how to connect in to the different book groups, book clubs. Book clubs as I'm sure all of you know, is a great opportunity to get feedback and get your book in front of a larger audience, as the book clubs are just taking on a life of their own. And when they come into the store, they really appreciate when authors take the time to get to know them and their book club. And I will also share with you some of the things that I hear book clubs say they don't like for authors just to call them and say, push my book. They really want the authors to get to know what their book clubs are about, and the books that they are reading and why they do read particular genres, if they're in a particular space, or if they prefer particular authors and why. So basically, they prefer that authors get to know them. And they're sometimes turned off. I hear a lot from book clubs when authors just contact them and say, hey, can you put me or place my book on your social media? That kind of turns them off. So it's really interesting to hear, now that I'm a bookstore owner, it's interesting to hear the other side of the conversation from the customers that are purchasing the books. I too was that person that would contact bookstores and say, hey, I would like for you to carry my books in your bookstore. And what does that look like? And now in the bookstore, looking at it, from a P&L perspective, there's also that aspect of, yes, you want to support authors, but it's well, when you put a book on a shelf, that also has to do with money, space, and things like that too. So it's interesting to kind of see it on both sides. But the best way to work with bookstores, I can tell you, there's some authors that I have an amazing relationship with, and I love the partnership. And so it's not just a book signing itself. We kind of wrap different events. There was, this was actually a fun one, and we had a couple of authors that are considered relationship experts. And they came in and kind of took parts of their book and had a panel discussion from a male's perspective and a woman's perspective. So it's a different spin on highlighting your book and highlighting book sales, but also creating a conversation around the content. And I think that's really important to do. And I'm seeing our community here respond very well to that. They want to have a deeper conversation about the content and not just have another book discussion, because they typically do that anyway. So they either want to learn more about the author or their writing process, or take parts of the content and have a discussion around the different highlights. And so it was really exciting to see a full audience kind of delve into they just covered a couple of the chapters and not the full book, but it was interesting to see how people were gravitating towards parts of conversations more than others. And then also, getting to know the authors, which in turn, they were developing a stronger following, which is always exciting. So, I really hope that some of this is helpful to you. This journey that I've taken, it's interesting. I've 3 other bookstore owners that have left the corporate world. And there's always, something that you take with you in your next journey that helps you do that very well. And someone asked me that very question, what is it about corporate that helped you have success in opening a bookstore? And so I would say, I don't know if I'm successful yet. I'm just starting. I'm only on month 4. But I will say that having a strategy and doing your homework is so important. Understanding the dynamics of the work itself and, what makes that business successful. Or what has made other businesses successful, understanding those dynamics are extremely important. Understanding the investment scale, that's very important. And then also, just in what books to carry. I took a lot of time to really think through how I wanted to curate the books here and what messages were important to this audience, this community, to take the time to read and invest in. And what I'm seeing so far is that there is a huge interest, of course, in anything that's inspirational. Romantasy in the beginning, yes. Of course, romantasy is just a large space in itself. But what I'm hearing from our customers is that they want to understand the story behind the story. And so a lot of our panel discussions is really the story behind the story. And I thought that was just really interesting that people are wanting to know more of the authenticity of the author and connect in that way. So when you're out speaking and talking, keep that in mind that, people are listening. They're listening for, who is this? I just read this person's book and who are they? And what am I, really connecting to? Or, whatever they read about you, they're reconciling that in a face-to-face environment. So, that's what's going on in Homewood. And it's exciting to see the community come out and have such passion for so many different authors. I carry a general population of books, and I know some bookstores focus in particular genres. I carry general. So I have a children's section, I have a young adult section, and then adults. And I even have a podcast studio, as I mentioned before. So, it's really exciting to see how people are responding to these different authors and new authors coming out. So I look forward to reading more of the books, and I do read through. Someone asked me, do I read through all the books that come through the stores? No way I can humanly there's no way I can do that, but I do get through a large amount of books. And if someone is, trusting me to read their pre-work, I do provide feedback as well. And I hope that that's helpful to the people that I do that for. But it's really exciting to see all the new talent coming out. So I know that this is BookFest, and this is where everybody brings out all their books and showcase their talents. And this is probably the best way in one ecosystem to really, show people, what you offer. And bookstores, we're always looking for new stories and new ways that stories are being told, because like Homewood Flossmoor, the audience is just so diverse. And so we want to, I want to make sure that I offer something that is diverse and different. And they can always go to Barnes and Noble. And, of course I carry the top list books, but I also carry books that maybe someone is a new author or someone, might not have heard of, right? And so that's important too. But even in doing that, what is it that your story offers? So when you're dropping those books off or you're meeting the new bookstore owners, share a little bit of who you are. And that's why that bio sheet is really important too. But share a little bit about who you are and what inspired you to write your book. Those are things that I'm very curious about when people come into the store, because someone will ask me that question, right? They will want to know a little something about the new author that's on the bookshelves. So I hope that was helpful, and I look forward to meeting and talking to many of you while I'm in LA.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Writers and Publishers Network book marketing for this year. What's working to drive sales? And I have 4 really great marketers here to give you ideas on some interesting ways to add to how to get more sales and new avenues to use as channels to have your sales go through. And we're going to be talking about all of them. Each are going to give you a few minutes on one specific subject, and then we're going to open it up because there's so much happening with Amazon's changes last year as everything's gotten thrown up in the air. It's sort of settling out, but we're going to talk about all of that because we need to have you informed with the latest information so that you can succeed when trying to get your book out there and get it sold. So I'm going to step back, and Julie Trelstead is our first speaker who's going to talk to you about a lot of the new technologies and things that you can be using. Julie?
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me. I'm coming to you today. I've been working in the book publishing industry for over 30 years. I have a consultancy called Paperbacks and Pixels, and I'm currently here talking about Amlet AI. And I think a lot of you have heard about what's happened over the last year where the new AI models, it's now old news, that Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, all of the models that we are now using as chatbots were trained by using books that were pirated and stolen from the internet. And this has infuriated a lot of authors who never got compensated for this particular use of their book. I think the developers who were making these tools probably didn't have anybody to ask because there was no such thing as AI licensing, nobody to buy these books from. But now, now that this is exposed and come out in the future, licensing your books, selling your book's content for AI use is now something that is a new form of book sales. And what Amlet AI has come around to do is to create a registry, a licensing registry, that will allow you to electronically list your book so that AIs can read and sell the book on your behalf. And what that really means is that I think, if anyone has been using ChatGPT over the last year, you've probably used it to ask questions about books, to find books. And I think Adon is going to be talking about how it's being used in bookstore applications to surface which books people are going to be reading. But an AI bot out there can read 1,000 more books than a single human being can read in an hour or in a day. Which means that most of the books that are being published today are being first read by an AI bot, and then they are being surfaced and recommended to people like humans who will actually buy and read the book. So being aware of this new AI environment and how you can sell your books, not just to a bookstore, but also to a chatbot, is something that is going to be coming up in the future. We're seeing there's 4 different ways you can sell your book. One is that if somebody developing the next Claude, that's called AI training, and you can be paid to allow your book to be included in that data set. That's one use. Another use might be allowing your book to be used in search engines. So say, for instance, somebody is doing deep research and your book is a topic they're looking for. If you allow the AI to access it, and generally AI searches would not be able to go inside of books. You would have to give this permission. Your book could be surfaced in a deep research search, and you could get paid every time that book comes up, just like the artists on Spotify get paid every time their music gets played. And this can be done down to the 3-sentence level of your book. You can have just like, if 3 sentences are used, you get paid a couple of cents. And finally, you can get paid if somebody builds a chatbot around your book. So a lot of people, not just the big companies, many entrepreneurs, tens of thousands of them, are creating custom chatbots. And take, for instance, if you have a book about medicine or a health and wellness subject, those the owners and developers of those chatbots might want to license your material for use in their specific model. In which case, same as with a search, you would get paid for every time your book gets licensed and used and surfaced in a chatbot. And finally, as an author, you could create a chatbot version of your book, which you could also sell as a piece of software. I've got a few clients who are doing that already, nonfiction books that actually can now be packaged with an AI edition where the readers can interact with you as a coach, or maybe there's some kind of spreadsheet or math application that you can use. So these are all new ways of selling a book or thinking about selling a book. Even in fiction, you can have a chatbot as a marketing tool to talk to your characters or have your readers learn more about your world. These things are getting really easy to create, but they're not here yet. I think these are things you need to think about in the future. But if you can license your work now using a tool like Amlet or one of these registries, you can anticipate these big uses of books that are not on paper, not on e-ink, that are coming down the road real soon.
There's so many ways, just so many ways in which, and that's what we want. We want to be able to get, with a book, you want to be able to get that continuing revenue stream started. And that's what I think with what Julie is doing, it does set that up. And, nothing, it's like when you were an actor and you're in a TV series, you got residuals. It's sort of residual income off of one thing that you've written and published. So I think that's really great. Okay. Thank you, Julie. Derek is going to be talking with us. And Derek, if you want, I really suggest everyone sign up for his newsletter. He has the best information on all different topics, very versatile with what he handles. But today I've asked him to talk to us about audiobooks because that is such a hot market now and it's continuing to grow. So Derek, welcome, and you can take it away.
Thanks, Kathleen. Yeah, you mentioned it's such a hot market. It's obviously not new. Audiobooks have been around for a while. What's happened is they've just continued to get more and more popular over the years, especially as people have gotten busier. And so more people are consuming their books in audio format. And so I'm going to cover a few things here. One is, distribution, how to create audiobooks, how to get them out there. I'll just briefly mention, though, a couple reasons why it's important to do this, because maybe if you're on the fence about it, is it worth the time and energy invested? There are people who are only going to get your book if it's an audio format. Not everyone, obviously, but there's a segment of the market who they are just audiobook listeners. There's also people visually impaired. There's people who might get your audiobook and get an ebook and get a print book of the same book. So now you might be selling multiple versions of the book. If you've already done the hard work of creating the book, you might as well, turn it into audio. And then how do you create the audiobook? Well, you have a couple options. There are a few options these days. There's, I'll briefly mention AI. That is more of a thing now with AI audiobooks and stuff like that. You just have to understand that different places have their rules around that. So Amazon has a virtual voices program. You can use their voices, but you're kind of limited to their voices, their price point, their distribution. Other places might not allow any AI audiobooks and stuff like that. So I use AI a lot in my business. At the same time, for audiobooks, I tend to lean towards a human narrator because I want to have maximum distribution options. I want to make sure I can get it on all the different places. So my goal here is not to tell you what method to choose. It's to kind of lay out your different options, let you know the pros and cons. So there is AI, or there's human narration. So you could hire someone to narrate your audiobook. This is going to be the priciest option. That said, you will typically end up with professional quality, and you can find people on acx.com, narrators there. You can also scroll through your category on Amazon or Audible, listen to audiobook samples. And if it lists Jane Doe as the narrator, Google Jane Doe audiobook narration. You can reach out directly to narrators. You can also find people on freelance websites like Upwork and so on. Then there's a royalty split option done through ACX, and I'll cover more about distribution in a second. Some people just throw this out there like, oh yeah, you can just do a royalty split. It's free, but it's my least favorite option because what happens with the royalty split is you don't pay anything up front for the audiobook production. What you do end up doing, though, is you get locked into this contract where you're now giving the narrator 50% of your royalties, which I'm all for narrators getting compensated. The issue is it might end up, if an author made $5,000 in royalties over the coming years in their audiobook sales, 2,500 of that goes to the narrator, as an example, right? So you're cutting your royalty rates in half. And if you ever want to do things like doing a discount audiobook sale on Chirp, or giving away free audiobooks for everyone who signs up for your newsletter, anything like that, even direct sales of audiobooks, you're locked out of all of that in a royalty split contract. So could be better than nothing, but it's my least favorite approach. And then there's actually what I choose to do, and this is especially a thing for nonfiction, although I've helped many fiction authors do this, and that is a do-it-yourself approach. In simple equipment, like you can get a microphone like the Samson Q2U, so what's called a dynamic microphone, which is really good for audiobook recording. And for like $100 or less, you get the microphone, some basic equipment, and you can record from home. And I've all kinds of tips and training on how to do that. But I'll tell you, even if you're in a bad recording environment, a little pro tip for getting good audio, sort of a makeshift home studio, take like a patio umbrella, open it up over top of you, throw a thick blanket from your bed, like a comforter from your bed, makes this little home recording studio. So you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars on these, home vocal booths that voiceover artists use. With an umbrella and a thick blanket and a good quality mic, you could record, get the quality that you need. Right. And then there's all the ins and outs of editing and stuff like that. You can get training on that. I offer it, or if you work with a sound engineer or something like that, then you can handle that. And when I do the do-it-yourself recording, I'm already reading through my manuscript out loud at least once for the final proofread. So I just do it when I'm proofreading. I just hit the record button and get the audiobook recorded. So to recap, you have a few options. AI is kind of limited in what you can do based on where you're selling it, but that is an option for some people. You can hire a narrator, easy enough to find them. Royalty split might make sense, better than nothing, not my personal preference. Or for those of you who it makes sense for, you could record it yourself. And maybe in the discussion panel, I can kind of talk more about that. And then for getting your audiobook on Amazon, Audible, iTunes, Spotify, a lot of the different places. First up, there's ACX, which is just for Amazon, Audible, and iTunes. You have to have an address in the US, UK, Ireland, or Canada. But you can upload it to ACX, which is owned by Amazon, and they will push it out to the main audiobook retailers of Amazon, Audible, and iTunes. You could also do something like authorsrepublic.com or Voices by In Audio, which used to be called Findaway Voices. And going to a place like In Audio, you could have your book now on Spotify, which we brought up a moment ago. On Chirp, which is a place that offers discount audiobooks. And you can do promotions with BookBub, promoting Chirp audiobooks and things. So if you want to be even wider, you can go to a place like Authors Republic or Findaway/Voices by In Audio to get your audiobook out there. So I think a big take-home point is, regardless of your budget, there's options these days to turn your book into an audiobook, and you'll really ideally want to have an audiobook, unless it's a picture book or a coloring book or something like that. The vast majority of authors, fiction, nonfiction, children's book, as long as there's a story to tell, will want to have audiobooks, and it's very doable and even more affordable these days to now turn your books into audio.
Great, that's a good tips. And there's many ways to get them up online so people can buy them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Derek. And now we're going to go to Adana Moriarty, and she's going to talk to you about, well, let's Adana take on.
Hi, thanks so much for having me on again. I like doing the Book Fest. I always learn so much from our other panelists. It's fascinating. So I am going to talk about AI, but I'm going to get there in a little bit. It's going to seem meandering, but it's purposeful. Because I have been working with authors for a while now, and I think that, we consistently use this word platform for authors, and I want to change the language around that. I really think it's important that what we are creating is an ecosystem. And I mean, Derek just spoke to that, and so did Julie, is that everything that we do works together. So there are three pieces to build this ecosystem. Well, to get to the ecosystem, I guess. You need a foundation, the ecosystem, and then the amplification comes from that. And I think that when we are really thinking about marketing our books, they are no longer sitting there as themselves. They need all of this stuff to help push and elevate them. So the first piece of that is the foundation. It is a place where a lot of indie authors struggle, I think, because if the pieces aren't in place, the rest of your marketing won't work. So you really have to consider what all of that is to build this solid foundation. And it's your positioning, it's your messaging, it's your book descriptions, it's your categories and metadata. Those pieces help both the readers and the algorithms understand where your book should be placed. Without that, you don't get readers. If the algorithm can't find you, your readers can't find you. If your readers aren't finding you, they don't help push the algorithm. That's what the ecosystem is. The ecosystem is really this entire thing that we build around our books that help push that algorithm out, right? So you need a website, you need an email newsletter, you need social media, you need to have a podcast, be on podcasts. You know, all of that is content that you can use to on your social media, in your newsletters, in your website. If you're, you know, it's great to really have access to podcasts, and there are ways to do that where we will talk about that in a moment. And then the last piece of that middle is community, because what you build in today's world with marketing is a community around your book. That's your readers, that is your publisher, or if you're doing it DIY, it's your fellow authors. All of us help you elevate your book as well. And community, I think, is one of the most important parts, because otherwise it's really a lonely world to be an author. It's vulnerable, it's lonely. Building community, organizations like Writers and Publishers Network is a great place to find community. You know, online is a good place to find community. There's so many places that will just help you build out this ecosystem. The book becomes the center of your credibility. The ecosystem is what actually drives discovery. And I mean, that's in simple terms, when we talk about your ecosystem, it is the funnel to your readers. That's what it's doing. It's this entire system that is funneling readers to your book. And once we get there, there have been some changes in the last year to how we sell. AI is one of them. And Amazon specifically has changed their algorithm. They were on A9 for years. They're on A10 now. And without this broader ecosystem, you don't get the amplification on Amazon the way you used to. You used to be able to just buy ads, and you know, if you spend enough money, you would get onto the first page, hopefully up at the top, like all of that would work. But in today's world, if you don't have systems that are driving people to your Amazon, we just talked about that, this ecosystem. If you don't have a website, if you don't have social media, if you don't have a newsletter, if you don't have community, and they're not pushing sales into your Amazon, you can buy ads forever and it still won't sell your book the way that it used to. So I think that when we're talking about all of these things, I want people to change their mind from platform to ecosystem. It's kind of the same thing, but an ecosystem is kind of symbiotic, right? Like it all works together. And that's, I don't know, I'm on a mission. So, you know, and AI, outside of this, you can use AI to help you with amplification. You can help it to take your other things that you have done, your blog posts, your podcasts, and you can generate marketing copy from that because it will understand you better. You can repurpose your content into 10 or 20 social media posts from one podcast appearance. You can research keywords, which if you have never had to do that, it's really hard to find good keywords, and it is painstaking. It can take weeks, sometimes months, to get your book into the right categories and keywords. AI can take your manuscript and help you research those category and keywords in minutes. And in those minutes, what we're really doing is speeding up the execution of all of your marketing, which means that you get to go back to writing, because that's what we all really want to be doing. We don't want to be spending time as writers in the marketing world. It feels like a block to your creativity. And I think that, you know, when we're looking at AI, we really, really can use it from a marketing standpoint.
Okay.
That's all I got, I think. I mean,
I know you have more, but that really gives an idea, and it's promoting your ecosystem idea, which I think has a lot of merit. It really does.
I think it
So
is. I think it is the future. I mean, I think if we start thinking about our books and the ecosystem around them, you will be more successful in your marketing.
Yeah, and platforms so 2010.
Well, and I think that the word platform is confusing, because when I talk to people and I say, you know, platform, they don't know what that means, but an ecosystem makes more sense to them, right? Because it's taking all of the platforms that you could use and building around your book. So your book is the sun, and everything around it is, you know, what grows from it.
Right. Okay, well, thank you, Adana. Okay, so now we've been talking about futuristic and new things and what's being done. And I've asked Gail to sort of bring us up to date on what of the traditional marketing tools are actually still working really well, because some don't like they used to. So Gail, please let us know what you are finding is working.
Thank you, Kathleen. I want to give you a shout out for what you do in this publishing space is great. And thank you for having me on the panel. I appreciate it.
Well,
and I'm
thank
going to underline some of the things that Adana said, because even before you begin marketing any part of your book, I mean, it's so important that you have your ducks in a row. That's what I call it, having your ducks in a row. And one of those things, which is most important, is the metadata. And when you really do that thoroughly and correctly, it can be found, your book can be found in organic searches. So that's number one, is metadata. Second, of course, is your website, having a professional website with at least a bio, a professional bio, a book page, a professional author photo. I can't say that enough. Not a selfie that's blurry or anything like that. You need a professional author photo, and you need a media room. And other than that, you need your contact page. So as far as the media room is concerned, one of the things that I think can bring you a long ways in your marketing is a really dynamite media kit. I mean, really, really well-crafted media pieces, like your bio, like your about the book, questions for the media, for example. And all of this can be put into your media page on your website as a downloadable file. And that's where I send all the people that I'm pitching. I send them right to the author's media page. So they don't even go to the homepage. They can go to the homepage if they want, but they're right there where everything is. It's downloadable. They don't have to really work too hard. If they want to cover your book, it's right there. All the news is right there. And then the third thing is the email list. That is gold. That is absolute gold for an author. Now, when you're just starting out, maybe you have 50 people on that email list. I've had clients who have 1,500 to 2,000 on their email list. But you got to start somewhere, right? And so no matter how many you have, just get that email list into a platform like MailChimp or MailerLite. And with that email list, what we find has been successful is doing a pre-order campaign. And I have had one client who was a screenwriter named Gerald DePago, who wrote a book I worked with him on called Write, W-R-I-T-E. And he was a screenwriter. And so what he gave away for people to pre-order his book was one of his screenplays called Words and Pictures with, I think it was Juliette Binoche and Clive Owens. And he had a lot of pre-orders from that. Now, you may not be a screenwriter, but you might be a poet. You might be able to give them some poetry that you've written in exchange for buying your book on a pre-order campaign. Now, all of this has to be orchestrated. I mean, it's like a symphony, and it's got to be pitch perfect. So you've really got to plan ahead. And I would say probably send out an email to your list 3 or 4 times within the 3-week period before your launch. And always add something interesting to that newsletter. If it's a new quote that you've gotten for your book from someone who has a household name, that's great. That helps. And then, you know, you start, I don't know if it works with the algorithms with Amazon anymore. Adana, you might know that. But he was able to really get things started with his pre-order campaign. So that's one thing that I think still works for my clients anyway. And also, if you're going to do the traditional publicity, like reaching out to journalists and things like that, I always suggest that you start local or regional, and so that you can build up some materials that you can then put on your website in a, you know, about what's new in the news kind of button on your website. And so that people will see that. And that's stuff that, you know, as you grow and you get bigger journalists following you or whatever, then, you know, you've got stuff to back you up. And so those are a couple of things that I think really work well.
You're muted, Kathleen.
Kathleen?
Yeah, I got it. I shouldn't have done that. Well, I found that getting a local radio station to interview you and get the tape of it and putting it on your site, because then problem people have with podcasts, they want to be sure you can talk. Okay. Yeah. That's always when somebody wants to do a radio, way back when I was just doing radio interviews for clients, it was, you know, they want to be able to know if you can talk, you don't answer with 2 or 3 syllables. And so having that up on your website, by having done local things, it makes it better. You'll have some local articles, different things like that. It shows that you are working it, you understand marketing, and then that you can talk and tell a story. And that's what people want for podcasts.
Yeah.
I find that really, really helps. Okay, so I'm going to open it up now so everybody can jump in if they want. I find, I mean, Gail brought up email lists, and I think, Derek, you mentioned, I think you did something out on it. You are big on email also, I believe. So tell us some of the tools to gather emails that you find really work.
Do you want me to start with that or someone else?
Yeah, you start with it, Derek.
Sure. So as mentioned, you know, first of all, you just want to make sure you have a service. So that could be MailerLite, that could be a bunch of different services out there. I use Kit. Most of them will do something pretty equivalent, so you can kind of shop around, see what has a good price. Also, a lot of them will let you test drive them. Some of them even have a free version where up to a certain number of subscribers, you get it for free. So I'd make sure you play around, because this is something you'll want to be comfortable enough with sending emails. You don't want a ton of friction between, like, oh, it's so complicated trying to figure out how to set everything up. So you get to play around. There's plenty of tutorials and things like that. So let's just start. That's the email service provider. And I point that out because to me, I think I just assume sometimes people know that. And then I still sometimes talk with authors who think that email means they have this big list that they're manually sending out in Gmail or something like that. And it's like you want to use a service, and also make sure that the people who are on the list are people who've given permission to be there. So they've signed up or they've given some sort of permission for it. So that's one aspect. As far as growing your email list, I'll give a couple real specific techniques. I'd also say that pretty much all the marketing you're doing, most of the marketing in some way should eventually lead back to your email list. So if they land on your website, there's an email opt-in in there, in an easy place that they can see it. And it's not just sign up for my newsletter. Like you might say that, but you need something more, because most people aren't lying awake in bed at night going, I need more newsletters to sign up for. If someone just offered me a newsletter, instead it's like, there's a free book, there's a free offer, right? You heard about doing, Gail's mentioning, pre-orders and things like that. Same sort of thing when it comes to your email list. There's an incentive for them to sign up. So that's kind of fundamentals 101. But also, if you're doing ads, you can run ads to promote your email list. So I'll use sometimes Facebook ads / meta ads, and just send people to an opt-in page, right? And if you're using an email service provider like MailerLite, I use Kit. A lot of these places will have a built-in opt-in page creator, so you can use theirs. They opt in. A lot of times they'll have a thing set up to deliver. Let's say it's a free book or PDF of something. You do that so you can promote it through ads. I call Aspire method, A for ads, S for social media. So you're sharing things on social media, and you can include a link in your bio or comments on how to sign up for your email list. You have platforms like guest podcasting, guest blogging, things like that you can be doing, where you can be mentioning your sign up page. You have influencers. So that's like other authors. Also a place like BookFunnel is a tool. Story Origin. These are places where you can cross promote with other authors and be part of group promotions of, if you write sci-fi, you can be in a sci-fi promotion. If you write business books, nonfiction or advice books or business book promotions. So you can be, and also reaching out directly to other authors that you like and appreciate their work. So, setting up deals where you cross promote each other. Readers is the R in Aspire, and that's getting your readers to share your free opt-in page. Hey, if you enjoy this book, let other people know they can download it for free here, or whatever it is that you're offering. And then the E in Aspire method is email marketing. So the idea is the ASPIR are all driving people back to your email list. And then, of course, in your book itself, in all of your books, I'll link back to, whether it's an opt-in page on your website or whatever it is, for people to come and sign up for your email list. And this can work especially well if you have something exclusive for readers of that book. So if it's nonfiction, it might be download the checklist or cheat sheet or workbook that goes with this book, or something like that. Download the AI companion that goes with this book. Could be more of a new thing. If it's fiction, download the prequel to this book, or get character backstories or some exclusive content or alternate endings. So there's different things that you can offer. And then that way, if someone signs up, you kind of know which book they came from. It's not absolutely required, but that's a general tip there. And I'll give one more thing. This takes a little more technical know-how, but as far as a tool, things like King Sumo or any of these viral giveaway softwares. King Sumo is like $49 last I checked. I think that's it. You'd have to double check it. But what you could do is, in any category, you could say you're going to give away 10 books in your category. 10 popular books, and the way you can give it away is there's a bunch of people can enter. They get opted into your email list. You can have a checkbox if you want them to do that, and then you draw one winner, and that one winner, you buy the books on Amazon and ship it to them, or depending on the country, you could do an ebook version of it and deliver it to them. And so it doesn't matter what genre you write in. Doesn't matter if you have an email list or not, or an opt-in offer or not. You could just do something where one person wins some other popular books in your category. And then what I say is, anyone who doesn't win, they still get a prize either way. And that could be a free copy of one of your books, or an invitation to get a free copy if your book is yet to come out and be an early reader. And I found it's not just freebie seekers. I've gotten some really engaged people from these giveaways, including some of the most thorough, good early reader feedback from people who came from a giveaway like that, who then they didn't win the giveaway, but they opted in. They're like, yeah, I'll read your manuscript of your upcoming book. And so some great early readers. And it's another tip then if you want to find book reviewers. So I could go a lot. We could be here all day talking about marketing, but those are a few suggestions there.
I'd just like to add one more thing, and that is if you do live events, bring a sign-up sheet. People will sign up and give you your email that way as well. So if you're doing a reading or if you're doing a book fair or something like that, take have a notebook or a sheet that they can put their name and their email address on.
Right. Or we're doing the LA Times Festival of Books. We have a booth there, the Writers and Publishers Network does. And we have a QR code so they can just hit it with their phone and
Right.
sign up for the newsletter that way. So we don't even have to interpret their handwriting later. I put print large, please print very large, but they never do. It's, handwriting discovery here. Julie, what other ideas do you think are working now that will really help people?
I'm going to go back to Adana's ideas about this ecosystem and network. And like one of the things that I do when I work with my clients around book marketing, and first of all, email newsletter, first thing, and everything Derek said, do that. Having that is so important. But then how do you build your ecosystem? And I love the idea. It's like what I suggest people do is to take 25 people who are aspirational or they're other authors or they're book reviewers or maybe even really big authors, and in a way stalk them, make friends with them on social media, follow them, amplify their work, subscribe to their newsletters, and just really participate as a member within the ecosystem that way. And AI is actually an excellent tool that you can use to find these 25 people. Like, who are the people that are like 2 steps ahead of you, that have a bigger email list, that have a larger social media platform, and jump on there and participate. And you would be surprised at like how many more followers you get when you comment on these people, or even these people will follow you back, and people will see, oh, this famous author follows me. And that really starts to work really well to amplify your own network, is sort of joining in these bigger groups.
Yeah, I found when I was writing my first novel, I'm a huge fan of Anne Rice. And so I found her on Facebook like a year before my book was 2 years before my book was ready to come out. And I would comment from time to time and different things like that. I was just enjoying seeing what she had up. And then I said, well, why don't I just ask if she can do my book? So I put it up, and her assistant got a hold of me and said, yes, she'll take a look at it. And if she likes it, she'll write a blurb. I got a blurb, and I wouldn't have happened if I hadn't done that. And it's like I do that now for my clients. I say, okay, who else can we get to write a blurb about your book? Because they have a following too,
Exactly.
especially if they're, like you said, a couple grades above you or a couple more books out than you've had. And we all sort of support each other. I've only had one time somebody turn down writing a blurb. And they didn't even want to read the book. They just said, no, I don't do that. I was like, oh, okay. But every other time people have been open to it. And that it just shows you're part of this bigger community. And I think that gives a lot of credibility on that point. Adana, what else do you see as helping?
I mean, I think that when you're working on your marketing, you just have to make sure that your messaging is clear and that you have a brand, which I think authors are like, oh, that sounds ridiculous. I don't need a brand. I'm an author. But I mean, it is a business. And if you can be consistent with your messaging, your look, your aesthetic, your tone of voice, all of those things across platform, across your ecosystem, that it just helps reinforce who you are and it will attract your readers to you. The other thing I see that is really working for people right now is around the same time that Amazon had an algorithm switch, so did Instagram. And Instagram has kind of done away with hashtags and I don't know, all those ways that you used to be discovered, which was using hashtags, strategically, is now if you do everything in your story, you could literally have 9 grids on your Instagram and never update that and consistently update your story and save that into highlights, and you will have better discoverability than if you're posting 3 times a day, 4 times a week, however you're doing it, because of TikTok stories are consumed in the same way that TikTok is consumed. So people spend all of their time up in their stories just clicking through, and Instagram does the same thing that TikTok does, where they just throw random ones in there that you've never seen before to try to get you outside of, your normal, whatever, you're like the people you already follow. So, all of the influencer educators right now are actually teaching how to use your stories to sell. So I do think it would behoove people to kind of, look into that and learn a little bit more about just using stories, showing up. You can talk there, you can be natural. You don't have to curate everything into these, beautiful, fine detailed pixel, like, oh, you got to move it this way, you got to move it that way. So you can be a little bit more natural and organic in your stories. And, that's kind of what I see. But you have to have the foundation first. So like Gail said, you got to have your metadata. You got to have your categories and keywords. Like, you have to know how to position your book before you can go on social media or your website or your newsletter and talk about it.
Right. Yeah, it really works that way. Gail, what is the number one thing you find works the best for, say, a fiction author, that someone you're working with?
In fiction, and also a little, I'll just blur that line a little bit with memoirists. So creative nonfiction, for example. I think authors should just think about who their communities are. What communities do they belong to already? For example, a client of mine wrote a book, a memoir, about her moving to Colorado on a ranch. But she's also a Buddhist, and she's very high up in the Buddhist community. And even though the book wasn't about Buddhism per se, she did have some through lines there about Buddhism. And so even Pema Chodron, who's a huge Buddhist, read her book and thought it was great and thought it was really worthy of the Buddhist community to read it. So I would start to think about all the communities that you are involved with. You might have friends who like to read memoirs, but here she is, a Buddhist, and she found a huge community. And again, if you have friends who have a huge list, they will forward on this to their list, and that also helps a lot.
Yeah, I think people shouldn't be afraid of asking their friends to help support them by turning it, have them read the book. If they like the book, would you please tell your friends about it and give them like a graphic image to send out to their friends in an email, or just the cover of the book and a link to buy it. Not all of them will, but some will. And there you've gotten to more people. You've gotten more people. In fact, I just got an email from someone saying, I see someone who was a past client of mine said, I see she's having a new book come out. Are you doing a free giveaway? Because I just loved her book. And I said, sorry, her publisher's taken over her marketing because she's selling well. And they don't believe in that. And she says, oh, well, then I'll just buy the ebook. So, but because she had gotten a free book, now she's wants to read all of her books. So you never know where those free giveaways help.
That's a really good way to sell a series.
Yeah.
Give the first book away. So before each book launches, you give the first book away, do ebook campaigns, and then, maybe drop your ebook price a little bit on the other ones. And that encourages, or give your new book away and then people will buy your old books. It's a good little tactic.
Yeah. Or give away the advanced reading copies to your street team, and then on launch day or that week, ask them to post a review on Amazon. I have clients who are still doing that. That helps.
Yeah, well, having a street team is always really good. And that's that core group that believe in your book, believe in you, and will support you. And that may take a while to put together, but they really do help out. Okay, if each of you was to give a new author who's just publishing their first book one piece of advice, why don't we wrap it up with what you think is the most important thing? And I'll start with Julie on this.
Yeah, I always go back to for my first 15 years of my career, I was an acquisitions editor and I bought books for large publishing companies. And so there was always something I had to prove, and that was that your book had to be in some way similar to something on the market that did very well and is recognizable. But at the same time, it has to be unique in all the world. So you really need to find that intersection of where your book is positioned like some other book that people will instantly recognize, but is a different thing. And you can tell that story. And I think when you nail that positioning, talking about your book gets a lot easier.
That's a very good tip. Derek, do you have one thing you think they should do?
Yeah, it's more of a kind of a, I guess, a big picture approach, and it's Kenichio Mai. I think is how you say his name. It's he has a quote: "Rowing harder doesn't help if your boat's headed in the wrong direction." And the challenge, especially if you're starting out, is you might not know if you're headed in the wrong direction, and what might be the right direction for one author might not be the right direction for you. So I think it's important to study successful authors, study what they do. You also have to go, does that align to my business model, my goals, my personality, and things like that? And that's where I'm biased because I'm a coach. At the same time, I still think it's important to get coaching, mentorship, work with people who you can bounce ideas off of, and have someone who kind of understands enough of the landscape guide you and let you know, hey, there's 1,001 things that you can do. Maybe some of these things aren't important for you right now. But here's what's recommended for you or your situation. And that could be as simple as getting feedback on your book description, on your cover. Does it fit the genre? Is it effective? You know, there's a lot of things that you're just not maybe going to know until you have a lot of experience when you're starting out. And so it's important to get some of that outside feedback and that guidance to make sure you're not rowing in the wrong direction for you.
Very good. Adana.
I think mine is start marketing way sooner than you think you need to. If you start marketing at your book launch, you have failed your book. And don't shy away from tools that can help you. There are so many tools out there that can help you, especially if you are not a marketer, especially if you're an indie author trying to DIY your marketing campaign and you don't understand things like how to get longevity, all of that. There are tools out there. AI is one of them. Don't be afraid of it. You know, I mean, it's wonderful to help you elevate your book. Don't use it to write your book. Use it to help you get your book into readers' hands. And I'm just going to reiterate, start way sooner than you think you need to. 2 years, when you start writing your manuscript, I mean, whatever that is, start your social media, do your website. You can update and change and evolve and grow as you go. But without it, you failed before it's ever launched.
Yeah. I'm just going to put a little pitch in here. Adana and I have a company, Pro Book Launch, which is AI based. But on it, if you sign up for our newsletter, we'll get our blogs. And if you sign up, you get our 6-month launch countdown so that you can go through it. It's what we use with our clients. And I have blogs on there starting a year out of what to be doing. So if you want to take a look at it, it can give you some guidance. Okay, Gail, your one thing.
Well, again, it's going to be grow your email list. And if you don't have a large list, there are places like Book Sirens and Book Sprout. Those are tools, those are platforms that can help you do that. So that would be my one thing for sure.
Great. Well, I think we've covered a lot of it with the new technologies and especially what's working right now. I've just read an article, I'm going to be doing a blog about it, of Facebook's changing demographics and how they're trending older and older. And some surprising ones have come up. In fact, it's millennials that are stronger there than anything. So you've got to know your market. Just remember this, marketing is really like a science, but publishing is a business. The creative part was writing it. The business part starts when you start editing it and then it gets published or you get it designed. But the marketing is a real project. And if you're not hiring somebody to help you, you need to spend time working on it. So with that, I want to thank everyone for being with us today. And I hope everyone who's listening will enjoy more of BookFest.